and he was basically taking energy out of the pole. And the sky pole already kind of, because of all of the glass and everything being lower in the pole, the handle of the pole was kind of it was very susceptible to damage because there wasn't a lot of glass up there because we're moving everything down. So I just gave up on it. That said, that's what they've done is by changing the sail piece position and all that, it's the same. In the test doesn't expose it, only the performance exposes it. The load cell does. So they've taken some energy out of the pole by the design. You can manipulate the energy performance of the pole in the patterns that won't show up in the flex test. So that's why I always like, marketing is an amazing thing. I've only come to this realization in about the past 3 years of frustration of hearing people with marketing things, and I've fallen for it in lots of different products, but the Essex has done such a great job of getting people to run around and say we have a pole that rolls over easy and comes back strong. And that's just, in the material world, that doesn't exist. It's impossible. Actually, it's not impossible. There are nanotechnologies out there that, you know, as the pole bends, it can react and do things. You're at Purdue. You ever seen the nanotechnology stuff? I had an athlete bring me a piece of a little steel wire. He goes, bend it. I bent it. Stayed bent. He took a lighter out and went, and steel. It straightened because it had like this nanotechnology in it that what heat caused it to straighten back out. Gave me another one. He goes, bend this one and put it in your refrigerator at home. And it straightened because I'm like, man, when this isn't $1 million a tiny little section, this is going to be kind of cool. But, you know, so Essex poles perform slower, so you get on a stiffer pole. I mean, obviously you're a stiffer pole in weight rating, but it's to get that energy return to match what you're capable of doing anyways. So, yes? What's the stick on carbon fiber poles? So back to the marketing. Being at Gill, when I first started, I remember everybody thought carbon poles, the word on the street, the marketing was 100% energy return, or you get back more than you put into it, which we're both just marketing. Can't do that. There's no material out there that does that. Carbon does carry energy more. It's a stiffening agent. But it's a stiffening agent, not in that it's making the pole flex and all that, but it's a stiffening agent that when put under stresses, it reacts stronger than glass. It'd be like you have 2 rubber bands, pull one, and you know, maybe it's not very thick, but so it's going to rebound back, but it's only going to rebound back with a certain amount of force. If you made that rubber band out of a different material, or I don't know, there's an O-ring, you pull an O-ring, it's going to resist with a lot more force. So by adding carbon, you're removing glass to get the same end result. So you're making the pole lighter, thinner. You know, some of those things that you have to do to make poles stiffer get delayed. You can make a stiffer pole that's still on a smaller mandrel that has less material in it, which makes it lighter. It's one of the reasons the Essex poles are kind of heavy, because they do position the glass lower. So it's got more of the meat of the pole farther away from your hands. So just picking it up, it's light. But the minute you have to carry it, more of the material is farther away from your hands and leverages into your frame.
One misconception I hear a lot is, that I think people interpret is carbon poles are all carbon.
Yeah, so the history of carbon, I work with a guy, I meant to bring it, I had one of, so in the old days, they used to write all the patterns down in an actual pattern book of, you know, the sail piece, what the lengths and stuff were. It was all handwritten, and they kept it. And I actually have one of Bubka's that I made a copy of I was going to bring, but I left it on my desk. The first carbon poles were made out of, you remember the powder blue sky poles? Keep looking at the old guys, you know, that are still vaulting. The powder blue sky poles, the guy that I work with, I share an office with, he was the guy that physically worked in the pole room and figured out how to put carbon in a pole. He was sitting at the track at the Olympic trials with Bruce Caldwell. Bruce Caldwell's a guy that he did fiber sport, and he did Essex poles, and now he's doing fiber sport again. And Bruce was trying to make a carbon pole. He sat there with my coworker, Ralph, and told Ralph, yeah, nobody's ever going to figure out how to get carbon in a pole. Meanwhile, there were 3 guys down on the track vaulting on carbon powder blue sky poles because you couldn't see they were carbon because the glass was powder blue. There was no tape on them. So that evolution occurred. The first carbon poles were all way too stiff. They were too energetic. Nobody, only athletes that were taking good B12 and could catch them. There's a whole story behind that. But as it evolved, we actually kept slowing down our carbon pole to fit more and more vaulters. They were still the faster poles. You had to have a little bit better plant to get them loaded and moving. But if you did and get under it, you were going to get more back. Carbon FX poles had 2 layers of carbon in them. The Mystic carbon only had 1. The Essex carbon only has 1 layer of carbon in it. That's another reason why it's not, when they manipulated the patterns, it wasn't super energetic. The fiber sport poles are basically just a knockoff of the Essex because the guy who invented Essex got kicked out and he started making his own poles. Altia's poles only have 1 layer of carbon in them. Our composite pole uses a material that's called, this is where the patent comes in, but there's for lack of a better description, a toughened fiberglass that has the same properties as carbon, but it's not carbon. So it doesn't have the inherent, carbon doesn't have resin. You have to use the resin. I'm talking like way deep manufacturing stuff. But basically the composite pole allowed us to take a real layer of carbon out without changing the performance. So it's a more durable pole. We didn't lose the weight, just using this new toughened glass. Pole vaulting poles exist because of the aerospace industry. We used to get our carbon from a company that would send us overruns from the military, what they were building fighter jets out of. They'd be like, okay, we're running some again. How much you want? And they would just send us, they just run an extra bunch to send to us, but we were just this tiny little, now the fiberglass industry has split up. There's not like 2 or 3 giant ones. There's a whole bunch of little guys, and it's a lot easier to get material, but that's where it all started. Did I answer your question? Yeah. Okay. Like I said, I've been doing this a really long time, so I think I've forgotten more than I know sometimes.
Just to react, so Essex, if you have the same flex on Essex and Pacer, it's going to be about the same pound, probably.
It varies, the softer poles versus the stiffer poles, but generally speaking, and if you had 2 of those poles side by side, same length, same weight, same flex, because I will tell you, they're based on the result of their flex, they apply the exact same weight rating we do. The Essex pole, unless they've changed anything, I don't work for Essex, will almost absolutely vault softer. If you would jump on the Pacer or a Spirit and then jumped on the Essex, you're going to feel the Essex just travel a lot easier, roll a lot easier. So you'll have to go to a little bit stiffer Essex in order to match those other 2 poles.
As early as last June, when I was in Philly, there were 2. It's equivalent we would get over there with Essex, and they were saying 7 to 12 pounds. What's the difference?
Again, that because of the different weights. 7 is probably the really stiff poles. 12 is probably on the softer end. That would just be my guess based on what I know about constructing poles. All right. Anything about anything? Ask me anything.
So you mentioned equipment as an athletic director, which I'm not anymore, but I always loved it when out of the blue, the Indiana High School Athletic Association said, new rule, new equipment has to come in. So looking into the future in thermal, is there anything on the horizon that you're seeing that's going to substantially change or be a cost to coming out for whatever reason, safety or just better equipment, or is there anything like that that you're aware of at this point?
It's good timing. Dennis and I were just talking about this earlier because there's a group called the ASTM, and I've been a part of the ASTM. There's a subcommittee called on pole vault, There are ASTMs on every product that you touch. Go to the hardware store and pick up a piece of PVC pipe. The little wording that's printed on it complies with ASTM something, 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 something. The ASTM is the American Society of Testing and Measures. They write so it's a voluntary group of professionals in an industry that get together and they write voluntary standards. When we say voluntary, nobody's forced to use them. Lawyers love them because if you don't use them and something happens, they use them in a court of law. But right now, the ASTM is a warring faction in pole vault. There's one group that's trying to write standards, and there's another group that's trying to prevent anybody from ever writing a standard ever again. And the way the ASTM works is it's voting. So if you write a standard, you follow their documentation, if you follow everything, and then you put it up to vote, well, people can vote good, bad, or abstain. But if you vote bad, if you vote no on a proposal, you have to say why. And then that why gets addressed, and then it goes back to vote again. Did you solve the complaint of this no vote? And then it's yes, abstain, no, why? And it goes back and forth like that until things get worked out and there's a whole lot of politics involved. Right now, the past few years, there's been a box proposal that has some patents involved with it. The ASTM requires that if a standard involves a patent, the patent has to be, the unique features of the patent have to be exposed, and the ASTM committee is tasked with trying to find a way around the patent. It doesn't mean you can't write a standard that ultimately it incorporates a patented idea, because if it's just the best way of doing it, it's the best way of doing it. But you are required to work around it. And right now, it's been a couple of years, the patent holder hasn't exposed his unique claims, although I think I know what they are. It's not going anywhere, but it's an idea for a pour-in-place soft box that it's basically, I'm telling you that it's still, but it's years down the road.
Okay.
Nothing's happening.
Happen next fall.
And he has changed the standard from being a product standard to a practice standard. So the practice standards are just kind of like recommendations, where a product standard is kind of what you're seeing on PVC pipe on actual products. So, anything else?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh,
Do you have an opinion on Altius adrenaline poles?
that was how I was involved in when the adrenaline poles came out, because the Schurs are good friends of mine. Jen started on our poles and then kind of switched to UCS in a weird thing, because I had offered to give him Pacer poles if she was considering going off of carbon, and then suddenly he quit calling me, and she ended up on Spirit poles, so it was kind of a weird one. I still get birthday texts from both of them every year. I'm still good friends with them. Once Jen had gotten really, really good, they were like, Rick was like, we're going to break the world record. I want to break through it. And I think there's a pole that'll help her do it. I'm just like, all right, Rick, what do you think? So we kind of worked through a bunch of stuff. And the guys that make Altius poles basically just gave them free rein. We'll do whatever you want. And that's how she ended up on the Altius adrenaline poles. The Altius adrenaline poles are, there's nothing that special about them. But kind of my take on this, it's not the pole, it's the vaulter. Jen was a great vaulter. She jumped high on every brand she jumped on. And then
Did she have success on those?
she vaulted well on them, but it was later in her career. So did she have success for where she was at? Did she break the world record? No. Did she jump higher than her PR? I don't think so. It's kind of like Katie made the switch after the airline destroyed all our poles. She had one good meet, and then she's still just been a good vaulter. When she switched from, she was still just on Pacers. From the Pacers to the Essex, she's just a really talented kid. She's going to jump high on whatever brand anybody gives her. So I'm done. If you have any other questions about anything to do with equipment, catch me on the side. Thank you very much. Nobody fell asleep. Well.
All right, guys, we'll find our way back to seats when you can. No, it's more for the recording. So. All right, thanks, Brian. Good chat. So hopefully you guys got something out of that. You got more questions, ask during lunch. As of right now, I'm not sure that we're going to have the 3 o'clock session the way it was scheduled because I didn't get any athletes. So there's a IU game that apparently everybody's going to. And nobody wants to be here. So I'll hang out. I'm sure a handful of others will be willing to hang out. We can ask questions. We can have a little round table or just talk shop and we can. So Jeff's finally here. Jeff's Martin's Indiana State's pole vault coach, and he was actually my host when I visited Indiana State back in '96, '97, something like that. And I've known Jeff, obviously since then. We coached a little bit together. I was coaching pole vaulters at Indiana State. When I moved to Indy, he took over. We collaborated then. We've collaborated between now and then, talked different stuff. Some of the poles on my wall are older poles from him. And he's done a really good job. Will Staggs' most recent product. He was from down south So, Coach Kylie Hudson, 4-time national champion, amongst many other accolades. So, I'll turn it over to him. I'm gonna reset that to about 50, and then we'll go from there. If you need more time, we can get it.
Yep. All right. No, thanks, Colin, for having me. This is awesome. I don't know what was said earlier, but Colin and my mentor, Coach Nichols, was really big about giving back to the coaching community. And so for him to do this and to offer it free is pretty cool. When he asked me to do it, I jumped on it, and this is an awesome thing. Just a quick little bit of background about myself. I was not a vaulter. Never vaulted a day in my life. I was a hurdler, and went to Indiana State and knew quickly I wanted to become a coach. Once I graduated, I got hired on at Terre Haute South High School, and I was trying to find coaches. I could not find a vault coach, so guess who ended up having to coach the vaults? I did. I had a teaching background, so I was confident that once I got into that, I started learning the material, that I could at least apply it and offer it to the kids in a systematic way, just like teaching, where I felt comfortable that I could, make an impact. I was lucky enough that I had a few mentors, Bob Potter, Larry Williams out of Bloomington South, Bobby Shank at Fort Wayne Northrop, that I could go stand next to a coach at meets and listen and develop my own philosophy as far as the vault. And it also, what really helped was at Terre Haute South, I had a young man, 6'4" kid, as a freshman. The year before I got there, jumped, I think, 12 foot. I had him, and so he was learning the vault, I was learning the vault. And then for some unknown reason, Colin decided to leave Indiana State when I made the transition. And he left me with a gift with Kylie Hudson. And I was able to coach Kylie, which I think she coached me more than I coached her. But we had a good little run. So I started developing a philosophy, and that philosophy has changed quite a bit. Not that I want to share that philosophy with you today. I more want to have a round table discussion on how to structure practice, how to structure your week of practice, and then if that leads into your yearly plan, great. Okay. First off, I don't know what your guys' practice situation is or your facility situation, so I could stand up here and say, this is what you need to do, and on Monday do this, on Tuesday do that, and Wednesday's practice you got to do this. It's different for everybody, right? Some high schools now, you guys are building these unbelievable facilities where, when I was coaching at Terre Haute South, I had to build a runway, and we could jump from 3 lefts, and I was fighting baseball and softball to get 1 night a week. Now you guys have these awesome facilities that you can go in and jump in year round. So this is going to be more of a roundtable discussion. I want you guys to ask questions on anything and everything. I'm going to kind of give some points out and then ask questions to you guys, get feedback. There's no wrong answers on this at all. Again, because your guys' situation is much different than the person next to you. And so when you're developing a practice plan or a weekly practice plan, you've got to do what's best for you and your facility and what's best for your kids. I can just help maybe give you ideas on how to structure certain things to make that practice better or make that week better or month better, okay? So a couple things here. When it comes to developing what you're wanting to work on in practice, the number one thing that I always do is, what do I want to accomplish on that practice or for that practice? Okay, so I'll use an example. Let's say I'm working on the takeoff and the swing, okay, whatever, or the run. Everything I do is geared towards that. And so my drills that I try to implement, my warm-up that I do, everything is geared towards the goal for that day. All right, so when you're developing, okay, what your practice wants to look like, and if you're working on a certain thing, remember, everything has to revert back to what you're trying to focus on that. All right, so right now, somebody give me an example of who's all jumping and practicing right now. Is anybody practicing? Okay, so give me, one of you guys, give me an idea or give the group some information on a recent practice that you guys had and some drills that led up to what you were trying to work on. Anybody? Go ahead.
So my pole vaulter right now kind of struggling with more of her runway speed and more of her stride. She kind of shortens it up, so that kind of causes her to hesitate towards the plant. And when she gets into her takeoff side, when she hesitates, it causes her to eat the pole pretty badly. So we're getting into jumping this week. All last week, I was having her do wickets. I wasn't having her hold the pole quite yet. I got like a broomstick and I had her hold that as she went over wickets. And just had her focus on just cycling and working on her stride length that she was kind of going through wickets. And then when she got towards the end of her wickets, she'd hit her penultimate and take her step, and I'd have her plant up with the pole and focus on being tall towards the end and not having that hesitant step when she gets to the full wickets.
Perfect. Okay, so great example. He identified a problem. The drill that he did is working on that problem. So once she gets really good at that, what's a variable that you can throw in there that can change what you're trying to accomplish or make it more difficult? Anybody? Put a rag down. So now you're asking them to plant. What else? I heard somebody say something.
Correct. Pole.
Yeah, do it. Have an actual pole. Okay. I use that same stuff. Actually, we just did it last week. Okay, and we're a little bit farther in on the progression. So we start no pole. Then we start with a stubby broomstick, and then I have some other poles that they're about half length. Right now we're on a half length pole, and guess what we'll do later on? We'll do full length poles. Okay, so there's variations. Identify the problem. Identify some drills that can help with that problem. Think of variations on what you can do. All right. What is with these variations that we can do with that drill? You know, it takes anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks to adapt, right? Okay, so the body to relearn something, to break a habit. You're trying to get something, and so as you do it over and over and over, you either break a habit or develop a new habit. And so be careful when you're structuring your practice plans on not moving too fast. Okay, that's the biggest thing that I learned, that I wanted to move too fast. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, well, why can't these kids do this? You know, and it's so simple. But in reality, they can't do it because their body hasn't learned how to do it yet. And so just be careful on that. All right. Talk a little bit about warm-up. So who uses the same warm-up for every single practice? Raise your hand. All right. My philosophy, and this is just mine, I don't do that. I have about 6 different warm-ups that I have for the kids to do. And each one of those warm-ups is geared towards what we're trying to do that day in practice. I have a jump-specific warm-up I do that works a little bit more on, we're getting a little bit more pop off the ground. I have a sprint-based warm-up that I do. We have a recovery workout warm-up that I do, and a few variations on that. So just again, when I am developing my practice schedule and looking at each day, everything is geared towards what I'm trying to accomplish that day. And so if I'm doing a jump session, that warm-up is going to be completely different from if I'm going to do a recovery restoration day. Okay? That's just my philosophy. I just found out that if I did the same warm-up every single day, the kids got tired of it. And they started getting lazy with it. And I'm yelling at them, sharpen the drills up, and it just wasn't good. And so a different warm-up kind of just keeps it fresh in their mind. Okay, so just think about that kind of stuff as well. How many high school coaches, mainly high school? I know we got a couple collegiate, but mainly high school? Okay, so when you're developing a weekly practice plan, and you got a dual meet on Tuesday, when are your jump days? Practice days. When should your practice days be? When are your practice days, I guess? Not when should they, but when are you jumping during the week? Got a dual meet on Tuesday, invitational on Saturday. No, Wednesday, Thursday. What's that? Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday and Thursday, or Wednesday or Thursday?
Depends on the weather.
Okay.
If you have real good days, you take advantage of it.
Okay.
Just as quick, because we're new to Duke, is that like a common thing, having a Tuesday and a Saturday meet? Like,
I mean, it could be, yeah. It could be. like my daughter, I just saw her track schedule, and she's got a meet on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday in the middle of April. And
Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday.
yeah, I mean, I'm sitting there looking at this like, this is ridiculous, but I don't want to step on toes, so I don't say anything.
I was gonna say same, when I was in high school, it was Tuesday, Saturday, all spring. But the way you just kind of have to play how good your kid was, Tuesday wasn't really important, and they could kind of treat that like practice. And then obviously Saturday usually was our bigger meets.
So the honest answer
relays.
when it's not raining.
Yeah. So, and this is where I think at the high school level, you guys are at a severe disadvantage on trying to figure out when you're going to practice because of that schedule. You don't usually have control over when you're jumping and what meets you're going to. That's the head coach's job. At the collegiate level, we're a little bit more blessed because we kind of know, okay, either you're jumping on Friday or Saturday, or you have the weekend off, so you can really have a good structured practice plan. But the high school level, you know, typically you're a young athlete. When I mean young, when I talk young, I'm talking training age young. You know, some vaulters don't even start jumping until they're freshmen. And I would caution against jumping too much during the week. If you're going to jump in a meet on Tuesday and then turn around and jump again on Saturday, and you've got a young kid, what's the most common, some of the common injuries that we have in pole vault? Shin issues, right? Okay, stress fractures. And so if you're asking a young kid to jump on a meet on Tuesday, come back, jump again on Wednesday, come back again and jump on Saturday, it's a lot, okay? I'm not telling you not to do it, I'm just saying be cautious, all right? When I was young, yes.
For that one specific, this is probably the biggest challenge I've seen. It's 3 years watching this, but the head coach will have the vaulters also running and training with the rest of the team, and then we don't start pole vault practice until that's over. I mean, it was about halfway through the season, 3 years in a row, where the vaulters all had shin splints. And then I got parents mad at me because the kid's main objective is pole vaulting, and I'm supposed to go back to the head coach and be like, go run.
Yeah, you just described my daughter's head coach. So for some reason, she thinks it's a great idea to go run 400s and then go to high jump practice. So that's where you've got to try to educate your head coach. I know that's tricky, but pole vault is a skill, and you got to be fresh for it. If you're not fresh, you don't feel good about it, you can develop bad habits really quick. And so that goes back to my point of be careful on how much you jump with these young kids, because you're trying to develop good habits, not bad habits. If they're tired and you're asking them to get off the bus on Tuesday night at 9:30 at night, you got to go home, do homework, go to school the next day, and then you're asking them to try to jump again on Wednesday, that's a lot. Okay? You're going to start developing some bad habits, so just keep some of those things in mind. When I was a young coach at the high school level, Bob Potter, a good mentor of mine at Lawrence North, he told me, those Tuesday dual meets, those are your practice meets. Do an extended warm-up. Do as many pop-ups as you can. Do as many jumps and warm-up as you can. And you know what? The guys jump really well in the meet, great. If they don't, big deal. That was your practice. Then you're trying to jump really well on your Tuesday or your Saturday invitationals. Don't take too many warm-ups. Don't take as many pop-up drills and things like that. And so you, as a coach, when you're looking at your training week, you just have to keep those things in mind. Okay? Yes.
You might have this address later. Shin splints.
Yep.
Are there things you do pre-season, during the season, to probably mitigate that full strength?
Yeah. So
if I can look later, you'll answer.
Yeah. No, I'll answer that because I don't want to miss anything. So in my warm-ups, we address two things. Okay. We do hamstring activation in all of our warm-up stuff, and we do shin splint prevention exercises in all of our warm-ups. Okay. What's that? Oh man, we could do another hour session on that. Like walk, simple things like walk on your heels, toes out, on your heels, toes in, just things like that. Band exercises, there's band exercises that you can do. Is that? Yep. Walk barefoot in the pit. We do a lot of our cool down when we're outside. We do a lot of cool down in our grass infield. Go run barefoot. Okay. Shoe technology is great, right? get hurt. Okay? So you got to figure out how to strengthen the foot and stuff like that. So,
One of the things that I think is an issue, lower leg issues and everything, it's a lot less. It's overwork, overuse. But I'm worried that a different way, it's under recovery. So, kind of on a little point is making with caution jumping, is make sure that they're covered enough to be able to handle stress or the other.
That's going to actually lead me into this. Okay? So our recovery days, all right. Some of you like cringe like, oh, recovery, like, because I used to be of the old school of like we're practicing hard every single day, and we might not jump, but we're going to practice hard, and we're just going to grind through it, and hopefully jump really well in meets. Through the years, I learned sometimes rest is the best, and when you rest and the kids get recovered and the body can kind of regenerate themselves, typically we start jumping a lot better. All right. So if I have a hard jump practice, the next day is going to kind of be a very light recovery type day. But we still could do pole vault related activities. Colin has a swing up rack. Okay, get on the swing up rack. Multiple toys. He's got the pole invert toy over here, a rope. There's things that you can do technically wise without jumping. Okay, so if you have a Tuesday night or a Tuesday night dual meet and you want to do vault related activities, you can still get stuff done without putting spikes on and getting on the runway and doing that type of stuff. You can still get things accomplished. Okay, but recovery is big. I get it every week. Doesn't matter where we are in the season. My kids get 2 days off and we do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay? I encourage them to go to we have a hot tub in our training room. We've got cold tubs. We have all that stuff. I encourage them to do recovery type activities. We've got recovery boots. We have all that fun stuff that we can afford at the college level. And that's what they do. One of those days is during the week, in the middle of the week. Okay, right now it's Thursday. They don't do much. Okay? If they do come into practice, they're doing a very light warm-up. They're doing hurdle flexibility. And then they may have a hip mobility routine for them to do, ab routine, stuff like that. Not a lot. Okay? And so keep that in mind too. Rest sometimes is the best way to have success later on down the road. Okay? Especially for young ballers. Any questions on that? Does anybody take rest days right now?
It's really hard at the high school level when you have small teams and for vaulters, for example, nobody is just a vaulter. They're doing 3 other things every single week. But to answer your question, I try and sneak into it when it's possible.
And you want to be kids, right? Especially high school level, you want to be kids, so you don't want to be like, hey, go home and do nothing. No, they need to be kids, right? I mean, if they want to go play basketball with their friends, which you don't want to encourage that, but like, they got to be kids. And so you just hope sometimes that they want to play on that Xbox and not do a whole lot on Saturday and Sunday. That helps you. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about preparing for a big meet and what we should be doing leading up to a big meet. When I am looking at, and I do this because Thursday is a day off typically, Friday is a pre-meet day, and we jump on Saturday. Okay. If we lay stagnant for a day on Thursday, we're not stimulating the system, right? So the central nervous system is kind of taking a break. It's sleeping. It's quiet. And then on Friday, okay, we got to wake that system up, right? So you don't want to do a huge jump workout the day before meet. Don't want to do necessarily a big running workout. So what are some things you can do to wake up the central nervous system, to wake the body up, to get them prepared to try to perform at the highest level on Saturday? What are some of those activities you can do? You can do some light plyos. You can do a lot. What else? Med ball throws. Love med ball throws. introducing very short sprints, okay? So I'll give you somewhat of a typical day, a Friday pre-meet day that we do at Indiana State, but it's a little bit different because I have some athletes that this works for them, other athletes that this works for them, and so we kind of, on pre-meet day, it's kind of like, hey, this, I want you to do what's going to get you prepared. It's not like everybody does the same thing. We'll use Will as an example. This is kind of what he does pre-meet. It changes every once in a while. We'll do an extended warm-up, a nice slow extended warm-up. What I mean by extended slow warm-up, we start off very, very light, and by the end of it, we're doing a little bit more explosive type jumping activities in the warm-up. We'll do hurdle flexibility. Within that hurdle flexibility, it goes from walking drills to skipping drills. He loves to do hurdle hops the day before, so we'll pull out, we'll do 3 hurdle hops, maybe 3 times. And then he'll go grab a med ball and he'll do 1 or 2 med ball throws, and that's it. Some days we'll do, if we're at Arkansas, getting ready to jump there, like typically he'll go there and he'll want to do a couple pole runs on a runway just to feel it out, okay? That works for him. I have others that, you know, they want to do nothing but sliding box drills, okay? But if we're just doing something to wake up the system, to say hello, you know, you've been asleep for a day, med ball throw, you know, some hurdle hops, things like that. Now the central nervous system is a little bit, okay, we're here, I'm awake. Then Saturday, guess what? Okay, you're going to be a little bit better. But if you do nothing, and this is my opinion, my philosophy, if you do absolutely nothing the day before meets, okay, it's going to take a while for the body to kind of wake up and get going on meet day. Okay? Any questions on that kind of stuff? Yes?
I mean, I think that we just have the opposite problem in high school, because the kids just want to ball all
Yep.
the time. And especially if there's something that they want to work on, they just want to fix it, especially the day before.
Yeah.
So I'm sure this is a education aspect for the kids on the importance of rest. But I think it's the biggest hurdle in high school.
Good comment. Yes?
I guess what,
So you're waking up the nervous system on that pre-meet day. What are some, I guess, ideas on terms of the morning of the meet? Is there any specific thing you do when you wake up to get yourself kind of ready?
Yeah, so again, like at the collegiate level, you know, typically I don't know when these guys practice. We always practice once the classes are over. Typically we practice from anywhere from 2 to 4, just depending on the athlete's schedule. We try to get them to get their class schedule done. If I go to a competition, I'm looking at the meet schedule and my women don't jump until 6 p.m. at night, okay? And we're in a hotel, we're getting up in the morning and we're gonna do a slight warm up, get the blood moving, because what are they doing during the day? They're up, they're moving, right? They're walking to class, they're doing everyday activity. When we're at a hotel, they're typically in the hotel, they're sitting around, not doing a whole lot, and then I'm asking them to get on the bus around 2:30, 3 o'clock to get to the meet. If we just sit around and do nothing all day, okay, it's not gonna be good. Okay, but if we jump like at noon or, you know, 11 a.m., then, you know, I'm not gonna, I mean, I may make them get up and make sure they're eating breakfast, but, you know. I've had some kids, though, they can roll right out of bed and not do anything, and they're good to go. I've had other kids that they gotta get up and move. Okay, that's a good question. Anybody else?
Do you ever incorporate pool work into?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Underwater
We do pool vaulting 1 day a week. Okay, we're in our pool. Our swim coach is awesome. He lets me go in there, and you know, I've got a list of about 8 to 10 drills that we do in there. I don't do them all at once, but we get in there, and that's kind of one of my recovery days. Like, I hate when I say rest days to my kids, because I don't really mean rest. Rest of them means I don't have to come to practice. Rest means we're coming in and we're not doing the normal activities. Okay, rest day is pool day, you know, like warm-up day, stuff like that.
I just add a pool. One of the things that I learned over the years is I also do. You know, it's always funny when I have a pole in there. Don't use that pole after you get into the pool, please. But we also do some light sprint workouts. You know, shallow in, go about chest deep. You know, activate, get the legs moving, like no impact. You know, have little fun race games or whatever. But you can do more than just go in there and do
And it's fun for them.
I always love the surprise pool days where you walk in and all your athletes are just dragging and you're just like, all right, everybody just wants to meet me in the pool. Like, what? And then you get excited and it's kind of a nice break point, but you don't feel limited in the pool. You're running and bounding and hopping and making them grab the kickboards and sprinting in the deep end with no impact.
Yep.
There's ways you can do all that.
My kids love pool day. Like when I give them the workouts for the week, if they see pool on there, they're always asking me like, "What are we doing?" And then usually at the end of the pool, when we're done doing our stuff and the swim team is out of there, then I'm like, "Hey, you got about 15 minutes of free time," and everybody thinks they're a swimmer, so they're getting on the starting blocks and they're trying to race, and I'm like, whatever. So I try to have fun. I want them to have fun. We're about business. We want to win. And as much as I want to beat Steve and his kids, like, it's not always like here all the time. Like, these kids gotta have fun. So, and sometimes they gotta let loose and enjoy that stuff. So let's talk a little bit about this thing and the iPad at practice. Okay, I didn't blow up at practice, but I had a very stern conversation with my vaulters at practice because everybody wants to get their Instagram content, right? Let me post this on Instagram. And so I was finding out here the last couple of weeks that we were paying attention on who was going to videotape my jump rather than what we're trying to focus on in practice. Don't get me wrong, the iPad is a valuable tool to have, and I use it a lot, but I don't get dependent on it. I think that as a young coach, early I got addicted to that, and I could only make corrections by looking at the iPad. Now it's more like, hey, I've developed my coaching eye. I look at the iPad to identify, yes, I did see this right, or no, hey, I was wrong and I see this. And so the iPad and the iPhone is awesome to use, but I caution you guys to not sit there and have your kid get off the pit after every single jump and look at this. And just because I'm big on making sure the vaulters know how the vault feels when it's done correctly and when it's done incorrectly, because these guys will tell you when we're coaching in Oregon at the national championships or wherever else, and you're 40 feet away from the runway, a kid can't look at that iPad, okay, all the time. Now the rules have changed a little bit, but they can't look at that. So if they get dependent on looking at the iPad at every single jump, okay, now all of a sudden you take that away from them at the biggest meet possible, okay, that's not going to be good for them and their psyche, okay? So a lot of times what I do is, I don't videotape all my kids when we're jumping, but I may videotape like Parker and Dan on Monday, and then Will and Tyler on Wednesday, but we don't sit there and videotape every single person. And a lot of times what happens is I'll have them come over. If we're working on the point of takeoff, we look at the point of takeoff, and we don't even look at the jump. They get mad as hell at me because they want to see the whole jump, but I don't let them look at it because that's not what we're working on. So the iPad is awesome. Use it, but I just caution you because, again, if you have set, this is what I'm working on this day, you videotaped it, and now all of a sudden you're talking about, oh, look what you're doing on top. What's the message that you're sending to your kid? Am I working on the run and takeoff, or am I working on the top? Okay? And so be very careful on that stuff. I do put all my videos on a Google Drive for my kids, but typically it's about a 2-week delay. So like on Wednesday's practice, that won't get put on until the week before Thanksgiving, because I just don't want them going on here and coaching themselves, and all of a sudden they're coming to practice and they're like, hey, coach, I watch my video and man, my swing sucked. You're right, swing does suck. But why does it suck? Okay, maybe because you're running takeoff for it. Which brings me to my next one. When I'm developing my practice, structure, what I'm trying to get done for you the week or maybe the month or my training cycle, I always look backwards in the kids' jump. Typically, if there is something wrong with my athlete's jumps, they identify it like, man, look, my copy is horrible. I'm like, yeah, your topping's horrible because of what you're doing here rather than here. And so I always look backwards, and that was one thing that Greg Hall out in Phoenix talked to me a lot about is like, identify the problem, but then don't just focus on the outcome of what you see there. Look what has happened previously in the jump. If you fix that, more than likely, that problem's going to cure itself. All right. I coach long jump and triple jump too, and all my athletes. I mean, we got in the pit 2 weeks ago for the first time after like landing jumps, and I can't tell you, probably out of the 6 kids at a practice, 5 of them were like, "God, coach, landing sucks." Really? Like, why are you worried about the landing? Like, let's work on the most important thing is the runway and the takeoff first. And once we fix that, the landing usually takes care of itself. Not that we don't work on it, we do, but let's work on the things that are more important, the big things, and then the little things, kind of like the landing, which really is a little thing. Usually that takes care of itself, or it becomes a lot more efficient because of what we're doing with takeoff. That makes sense? So when you're developing those practice plans, and you're watching your video from your iPad and stuff like that, look at those things and say, okay, yes, this is the issue, but if I'm working on my takeoff and my swing, is that resolved because of this is so bad? Okay. How many drills do you guys do in practice? Who's a drill coach? They love to do drills, pop-ups, and just drill, and then we jump. How many drills do you do?
I'll do whole types of drills.
Good. How many do you do?
We typically do walking drills, and then a series of straight hold drills, and then a few mental drills, and then
Good. How many do you do? Different drills?
Say like 3 to 5 different drills, if they're doing it right.
Good. Good. So that jump specific warm up that I talked about, guess what's in those drills? Or in those warm ups? Walking drills. Running drills with poles. Okay, so I incorporated now in their warm up at the end of the warm up drills that I typically would do after the warm up. Then I did more drills, which really was more of a warm up. Okay, because that's what pop ups and things like that is, part of a warm up. So what I did was I encompassed the whole warm up, the general warm up, with some of those walking tall, heel to glutes, fast leg right, fast leg left, all with a pole in our hand. Okay, so it wasn't like I did a 15, 20 minute warm up, then we did another 15, 20 minutes of those drills, kind of all encompassed in the warm up. Yes.
You developed that. I developed that as a routine.
Yep.
I expect people to kind of take so that the practice and public use the same word.
Exactly right. Like typically, the jump warm up in practice is extremely similar to what I have them do in meets. Very, very similar. Yes. Meet day. We may cut out our chin stuff. They do the hamstring activation stuff before meets. That's a must. I always have them do that. In the warm up, do some curl flexibility for practice. In the meet, maybe not. Okay. Good question. Huh? Yeah, so just depending on what time of year we're at or when our meets are. So again, I think somebody said small school, vaulters just don't vault, they run too. Well, at Indiana State, I train all my jumpers as 100-meter sprinters. Okay, I take a 100-meter sprint program and incorporate it into the vault training. Now, we don't do as much volume just because we are only running from 150 feet or whatever. So the training is pretty much the same. And so there are days where we'll jump and then they have a running workout afterwards. 4 times 30 meters or wicket runs. It just kind of depends on the week and where we are in the training cycle. And so forth.
Did they also have to be more like the rest of
Yep.
the
Yeah. Yeah. After so typically, right now we don't have meets. Okay. We have an extra day of training, and so Fridays are typically a workout run day. Okay. Just because I have that day, but it's just what once we get into the meets, it's just some days you jump on Friday, and the next week you jump on Saturday. Last year, for some reason, I'm the guy that set our schedule, and I was a dumbass, and every one of our vault competitions seemed like it was on a Saturday. And so, it just that even screwed things up. It was like, man, I always felt like I was missing a day in there. And so, yeah, I don't know if that answers the question. Yep.
One of the things I have a hard time coaching on one way is the importance of bounding. I guess I don't know the mechanics of how to train. Kids think they look silly, but as a vaulter, I can watch and I'm like, that is the biggest difference between somebody that's a really good on the runway and someone who's just crazy, moving forward. Is there a method or something you use to kind of help the kids understand why?
On why bounding is important, or
high knees and just kind of running straight as opposed to just leaning in and going fast.
Yeah. That's a great question, and that's a whole other topic on itself, I think. But we do some bounding. Some of that is incorporated in our warm up. Some of it is incorporated in the day that we are doing just like a bounding or a plyometric type circuit. I think bounding just shows athleticism in general for every single event. Typically, we do some fall testing as a group in fall conditioning, and typically the kids that bound the best when we do our Max Jones tests and stuff like that, they're typically the ones that are scoring a little bit better. But bounding is a skill. You got to teach it. You got to incorporate that kind of stuff. I always start off with, I call it very, very easy bounding. And, I'm more working on foot contact, the return of the energy, stuff like that. And then once I get that down, I start to say, okay, let's run into it a little bit harder, get our knees up a little bit better. Once they master that, okay, now let's put some more speed in. Yes, get our knees up parallel, things like that. But another good thing is use a broken pole. You can put this behind here, and all of a sudden they're in a little bit better position, okay, and then do very light boundaries. Yep. You can have it above your head, say wicket runs, okay, just to help with that body posture. I do a lot of this with my triple jumpers, okay, early on. We use a stubby. But yeah, we do bound in vault stuff for sure. Any other questions? Yep.
Since during vault practices, how often are you incorporating, so for instance, if someone is struggling on getting to take off position right here, and if they're using the pole, so do you incorporate lower things like the plant box in your vault day practices, or is it mostly those days are just focused strictly on the runway and what you do?
Yeah, no, I think that's a case-by-case athlete. I'm trying to think of the best way to answer that. So, yes, I use sliding box. I use sliding box a lot. And I have a young lady right now where she just has some confidence issues, planning on the runway. And so we have found what works for her is she comes over, she does a sliding box 3 or 4 times. She comes over on the runway, and now all of a sudden she feels like she can plan. Okay? Now, there are days that I have written in there, especially when I'm trying to transition to the 8-step or long step approach for competition, okay, that there may be days where, hey, everybody's doing pole runs, okay, with the sliding box before we jump. Again, without getting into a whole bunch of detail, it just depends on where we are in the training cycle, okay? So, there was something I thought of that I was going to touch on. Oh yeah, I have not been asked. Okay, when we're talking about practice structure, like you jump from short, you jump from mid, you jump from long. Okay, I will tell you this: I don't know if there's a right answer. I don't know if there's a wrong answer. Okay, because right now the world record holder it seems like he likes to just go out and jump from full approach all the time. Okay? But then there's also elite vaulters that they love getting a lot of reps in and jumping short. Okay? For years, I had a process where I jumped from 4, moved back to 6, moved back to 8. That was just kind of I just did that every year. I knew what day, what week we were moving back. Okay? And as a coach, I just decided this year, like, hey, I'm gonna try something different, you know? Maybe there's something better out there that works. And so everybody went right back to 5 this year. We just got rid of the short approach and we're at kind of a mid approach. And we started jumping from 5. Will it work? I don't know. We're gonna find out really, really quickly here once we get into meets, and we'll find out. Yep.
One of the challenges I have is managing downtime. So in practice, there's one coach, and there might be 10 to 12 high school kids with attention spans of Labradors, right?
Yep.
And there's only one kid on the runway at a time, or if you're doing something, how do you manage the rest of the pack?
Yeah.
You know, because there's so much downtime.
Yeah.
You just embrace the chaos and let it be,
Yeah.
or I mean, please
What?
find more discipline.
If you have 10 to 12 vaulters, I'm gonna commend you if you keep your attention span that long. Because I can't keep my attention span that long. One of the luxuries that we have is that where our vault pit is for practice indoors, I can go in there anytime I want. And so I gotta work around class schedules. If I combine our multi-vanners and all my jumpers, I've got 15 jumpers. Okay, I do not have all 15 come at the same time. Because one, I think, you know, if we do that, by the time the 15th person comes up, they're full.
Yeah.
Okay, and so we do groups. You know, I split them up. Okay, sometimes based on class schedule. Sometimes if I can get all my women there at the same time, all the women jump, all the men jump, and then a lot of times I'm taking the multis and doing that. Okay, so if you have time and you have daylight and you can split them up, you know, these 5 are going this time, and then this 5's coming at this time, I would do that. Or, not that I would want you to do this, but, you know, if you have time and maybe have a group jump on Monday, that's their jump day, and then Tuesday, that's their jump day, and the groups that jump on Monday, you're kind of monitoring what they're doing, or maybe they're with their sprint coach that day or something, you know, like, just try to figure out where, because there is a rhythm. I think any vault coach will tell you, like, the more you sit on the runway, the longer you sit, like, it's hard to get into a rhythm, okay? And I want those kids to feel the rhythm, and, you know, it's tough.
The time management is the hardest part. The leads are, yeah.
Matt, one of the things I did when I was at Kimmel Southeastern in that situation was these freshmen, sophomores that probably need to go get stronger somewhere, they got to jump once a week. And maybe they started early and had the upperclassmen come a little later, but then kick them off when the underclassmen got actually starting to jump.
Yeah.
So maybe they only got 45 minutes, but they got 45 minutes.
And sometimes the better jumpers kind of bounce around, so they kind of filter themselves. The kids get excited and they burn out and leave, and then the other ones are still there. But sometimes it's just.
But typically it would be the younger underclassmen, and maybe the underclassmen isn't even the right word, the JV, the 6-foot girl that until she gets stronger is not clearing much higher than 6 foot. She got her 45 minutes, and now go sprint.
I had when I was getting my building built, so I had 2 pits and 2 runways again. I had split groups up. I didn't like having more for a club setting. I didn't like having more than. I usually had a group of 12 because not all 12 for the club setting would show up on a given day. So typically a group of about 8 would be there, and so I ran a early group and a late group, and I'd have the early group in. There'd be a half-hour overlap, so the late group that would come in would start doing their routine, their straight pull drills, working in between the kids who were jumping from the long run, because there was always time for the kids to just jump in and straight pull, get out of the way, let the jump happen. So having that overlap of, you know, you don't want to be there 8 hours because you're a full-time coach, right? You get paid to do that. You schedule kids throughout the entire day. So if you've got a 1.5 hour session with an overlap, you're going to spend 3 hours, and then the straight pull drills and the warm-ups, they're there, you kind of read them, you can split your group up that way. I also use the strategy
And I'd also like, I mean, he kind of alluded to it as, I would group your kids. You don't want you got a 15-foot boy jumping with, you know, a 6-foot girl. I mean, just structurally, if you have a bunch of kids and like trying to manage it, that's pretty tough.
Yeah.
You know, my decathletes, unless they get to a certain point, like they're by themselves because you know, a lot of them never jumped before. We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to learn a lot of new things, and coaching decathletes that's a whole nother world, you know, because they're not the typical vaulter. You know, I tell the kids all the time, well, I tell coaches, I'm like, you know, I'm coaching the decathletes, don't listen to what I say, because I say a lot of things to them that I would never say to one of my normal vaulters, because they don't think like normal vaulters. I give them cues that a lot of people feel like, oh, what are you doing? But we got to get them over bars to get points. And the higher you jump, the more points you get. So it's a little bit different. Yeah, going back to the point. So I got a really good friend, Jeff Guy, that used to coach out in Arizona, in Phoenix, and he'd have like 50 vaulters. And I think he had like 6 runways. And he had a coach for every single runway. It was crazy. Like I went out to one of his practice once, and I was just like, how? I mean, my OCD was all over the place. I was like, I can't do this. But he figured it out, and I mean, I think one year he scored after state meet. He scored 7 out of the 8 places. And it was nuts. So, if you have unlimited money, and you can build runways. Great. Yeah. 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 So I don't know if I gave you any information, you may walk out there and be like, Coach Martin was full of shit. I don't know. But because I don't know what your position is when it comes to facilities and stuff. Maybe completely different than yours. And so you guys have got to just figure out how to structure practice and structure your week and structure your whole season in a way that works best for you, because it's going to be different for everybody. Because everybody's situation is different. And hopefully the younger coaches, as you learn and you fail, you're going to fail as coaches. I fail all the time, but I learn from what I did, and hopefully I'm not going to fail with going right back to a 5-step this year. But if I do, I learn from it, and I won't make that mistake again. But you're going to start developing those coaching philosophies and figure out what works and what doesn't. I can tell you this, the way I train Kylie Hudson is not the way I train my kids now. I look back on what I did with her, and I'm like, I was an idiot. Like some of the stuff that I had her do, and she still jumped really well. I don't know, maybe I should be training these kids like that, and they jump well. I don't know. But you talk about rest days, that girl never got a day off. Going back and looking at that stuff. And, yeah, no, probably either. So, but you can find my email on our website, gosycamore.com. Feel free to email me. Luckily, cross-country season's ending. Somehow I decided to take the job as the facility director at our cross-country course over in Terre Haute, and that has kicked my ass this fall. That's ending here in a couple of weeks with the D3 championships. So I would love to talk to you guys. Call me, email me, and I can answer questions for you guys as much as possible. So I don't know if we talked about it, but these guys, we're just over here talking about recruiting and stuff. I mean, Purdue's in right now, like at the NCAA Division I level. We have no idea what recruiting is going to be like. It's changing. It's going to change rapidly, really quick. Don't be offended if you're reaching out to D1 institutions and people aren't getting back to you, because it's a wild time right now. We have no idea what's going on. There's just so the NCAA may be mandating roster limits, and if there's roster limits, the conferences may even say, okay, I think right now the 45 is what the NCAA may come out and say you can only be at. I can't go over that, but I know like the SEC announced, I think they're at 35. And I think individual schools are even going less than that. And so pole vaulters are usually one-event kids, and I don't know how much money is going to be there now for one-event kids if you've got a roster limit of 45 or less.
These are not
So,
I spend a lot of time talking with college coaches about
kids, and I'm pretty sure every single one of my kids that thinks that they're going to jump up to D1 is delusional because they're not jumping high enough. So that 13-foot girl that she might have a spot at D1, but it's probably mid-major. It's not going to be power 4 anymore.
It's tough. But when
I'll say what makes it tougher is the fact that with these roster limits, most of us know that those schools with 100 kids already in the college programs are going to have a ton of kids going to the portal. So then it's like, do you spend now or do you wait to see what's coming? Because there's a lot of good kids already.
There's also another court case, the NCAA got sued, the proposed result had to be approved by a judge, the judge approved it, which they thought was gonna change. It did, it's not gonna get changed. So, this is athletic department wide, so the football team's getting more roster spots, which means they could, and you have 45, a max of 45 on your roster, you can now have 45 full-ride scholarships.
Could.
You don't have to. You could. Football has 85 right now. Well, their roster limit went up to 105, but now they can have 105 scholarships if they want. So the budgets are all, this is why it's such a mess. Like, nobody knows what's going to happen with the department budgets. The University of Illinois athletic director, when this judgment was all kind of possible, made a public statement that we will do everything in our power not to eliminate any sports, but it's not off the table. So you take a Power 4 school kind of saying, I'm just going to say what everybody should be saying. That's how Wild West is right now. So.
We're talking about the IU game, right? I mean, IU's known for.
Not just a scholarship, I mean, that's going to have to be pretty much, I think you'll see I mean, it seems like it's going to be great. A lot of schools go that with men, but it's also that you're basically at the power 4 level. It's professional athletics now. So now they need kind of all this money to go through NIL and all that stuff, and all kinds of other things. They've got to come up with tons of money for them. And so there's already at least a $25 million commitment from the schools that they have towards some of this. So it's going to be interesting. My philosophy is our group of 5, our 4, I call them now, are basically going to be, it's going to be professional athletics. Anything below that, most likely will be same thing as usual, except maybe for basketball. It'll be more of the old system. The ones that are in trouble the most will be what we call the group of 5 schools. Those schools that play 1A football, people like Ball State, which is in trouble before, things like that. Those schools will not have any. They're the ones that are going to be really good because they can't really fit within either model.
Or like getting a state that just sucks at football, period, and we need to drop it.
I said that publicly. Nobody yelled at me. And they won't be doing that. The backstory to all this too is there's also a financial penalty that schools have to pay to athletes dating back to like 2016.
Like a statute of limitations. That's
So,
crazy.
So that all of this budget stuff is ongoing, but they also are being penalized all the way back to 2016 with the financial reward to all the athletes that aren't a part of this. So.
All right, so Coach Kevin, Livy, Steve one, or no? It's just Kevin, Livy?
Kevin, Livy, and then there is one more. I'm sorry, I forget everyone's names.
So Kevin, Livy, go ahead and go get your food real quick, and then once they get theirs, I'll release everybody.
This is a special dietary request.
Yeah.
They're not special.
So if you know who you are, the last one, feel free to go.
Okay, that's the number. So did you ever take one thing with her? Okay, how's my nephew? Okay. Yeah, I encouraged him to go there after Iowa State.
Yeah.
Yeah. How was he there? Okay. You didn't bring me?
especially in the multi, I figure like you can't win it in 10 games in the regular season. He's actually still in Terre Haute.
Is he really?
Yeah. And then I guess he got a girl there.
So box lunch is over there, Chick-fil-A, the sauce is there. If you need more water, I think it's still underneath the table. Grab another bottle of water if you need it. There's nothing really scheduled during lunch, so grab lunch. There's lunch for everybody.
And just one note for me, I have a rule that any golfers, any golf coaches, anyone in our world, if you come on my property and you leave hungry, you've done it wrong. So please eat, fill your bellies, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Continues to say this every time I pay for it.
Cookies and candy out there.
Monday.
I'll do Tuesday, Thursday. So Monday, Wednesday, I'll try that. This year we're waiting in the morning. I don't want to vote. Yeah, we'll find it. You know how it is. Yeah, and then every year.
Every kid is different. What do you guys do?
So right,
You still recruiting full boat right now?
we're recruiting like last year because well, what we heard next year, this upcoming fall will be the same, but now it's going to be the following year every year. But what we heard was that the beach is the interesting one. Like the pot is apparently like so even though football can get more scholarships, it technically doesn't make sense to take more scholarships. It makes sense to take that same money and apply it to the other athletes to basically the bribe but their kids. So I think that's what they're going to do because we just found like the bees are also money. They're saying like that's going to be a project. So as a track, we'll get a number and we can divvy that if we want. So that's where you can, which I can't say it's a bad thing because there's some people I'll be thinking like, why are we giving this kid so much money? So I guess you know how that is. You get the sprinter that you're setting on this and they end up running much slower. We're just surviving here, surviving.
Most of ours are full. Some of them do.
They do, just usually
But
just once.
usually.
Are they full to baseball?
No.
They're,
I let them do like the full girl stuff.
Yeah, isn't that the word square?
Cross your fingers. Nerd things that had on Wednesday that are, yeah, the clusters are not very small. They're decent size. So again,
Over Academies. South Bend is 45 minutes south on Lake Lake.
George Steinbrenner, New York Yankees. Roger Penske, the Black Horse Patrol goes to every president's inauguration since the Civil War, and then they also
Black Horse Country.
they also were
Private spiritual rich means. You didn't get that vibe. The largest. So we have, yeah, it's the CMA Invitation Club. Yeah. It's 4,000 kids.
That's what, yeah.
4,000 kids. I think it's the largest in the state. If not, it's one of them. You don't like it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Coaches Association. Yeah.
He's actually retired from head coaching. I didn't get assistant this year.
I don't think I knew that. You know, Gopher Bend Kings? Did it. Long time. Coach, then volunteer coach. So, you didn't find anybody, and the other coach left, so. Now he's gonna be the head coach.
How's it going?
Yeah. And he's still going.
Takes an inspiration out of 77.
Yeah. I think we were he missed the 14-6. We gave everybody a mulligan, so then he got 14-6. But he got 15.
I swear his parents sat there. And I'm like,
Probably right where she's sitting on one side. Fortunately, it's going south, so the wind is typically interacting the other way, so we don't off island. And I'm like, can we move this? Move it. They're not gonna move. You can pretty much just call it a stationary box because probably the biggest is voice and everybody else.
Marshall had like, they adjust that home family picture, you gotta reach out there. They have to add him. Yeah, that's as a adopted. Yeah, yeah, it's all in the family.
So, it depends on what you're going to see,
He's a good coach.
Yeah, he is. He likes to,
It's a great time.
Max won state in 1956. Grandsons run the bus. We've had the because I wanted to do fresh water. And it all flipped over, and then it put more, so anyway. I think that's where we got It seemed like it did. But it would actually end up having yeah.
Any new bets? Is this boy to get? We were just probably smaller.
Proactive rather than reactive. fence is apparent, it goes over the inner fence, and then the outer fence, which is taller, 10 feet tall, landed half of it on that, and the other piece flew away and landed on the roof of the shed. And then. Don't put straps down. Oh, yeah, just kind of undo a little bit, you know.
Put it up on some pallets, too, that'll let.
Softball, baseball, softball, practice football field, pond, track. So that's probably half to 3/4 mile away. The baseball batting cage got blown onto over all this stuff, landed on the pole ball pit, and then continued to roll, but it got wrapped up in the covers and stuff, and so it got thrown into it. And so it literally was like rolling until it got up against the barbed wire. So I got a lot of brand new baseball, softball, and track equipment because of that stuff.
Well, they had to come, patch up the track on there and stretch it. Right, there was some pictures of the local leaders running it across that. It's been a long time.
So, takes that out. Messing up. All right, let's see.
Technically still have 15 minutes, but I just don't want to wait until we get there and it not work.
There you go. And here, ATV 47. There you go. Then it should pop up with the code.
Sweet.
Oh, it just did it without the code. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I tried to set it up where it just works.
Yeah,
And then
fine.
I'll adjust
It's good.
lighting and stuff. So.
Very good.
We still got 10, 15 minutes, so I just want to make sure that did work before we.
I know she got a little thing in front of that. Is that
There, it went away.
There it goes. Okay.
That may pop up since.
Okay. That's good.
The Airstream in there, it comes with it, but that may pop up because I think it's an ad version. But like it may pop up and then go away.
I gave them all, once you do the lighting, I gave them all a copy of it too.
Okay.
So anybody else needs it.
So I've got, I got to run.
So you got a little while. Okay.
Idea, but
that'd be good. I'll turn
we
this
also
on.
didn't want to just walk up here and then figure out
Yeah.
technical difficulties.
Pretty easy.
You don't need any. You don't need the sound from the videos.
No.
I was gonna say because I did not. It should work.
Mini group sessions are distracting and stuff. They were warming up. Yeah, they were still warming up. They were still doing a lot of swing stuff. Girls doing swing rock.
About 7 or 8 minutes. I'll chat for a few minutes, and then in about 15 minutes we're gonna get started again. In the bathroom. You throw trash away. There's trash can got moved over there. There's one back here. If that one gets full, I can put a new trash bag into it too. More bottled water if you want it. There's muffins. It looks like there's 3 or 4 box lunches left. So
There's 4 box lunches, 1 cup of fruit, and 1 cup of grilled nuggets.
yep. So if you're still hungry, eat more.
Yeah, it's great. I thought you were looking it up. I did look it up. Oh, did you find it? I looked for it. Okay.
I kind of figured you guys were doing well, ours are like Saturday. So like it's always like one of those days, probably Thursday, depending on the school.
Alrighty, I'm going to touch on a few things I heard and just give some of my opinions. You can listen or not, I don't care. But I was chatting with Jeff back there and was talking about his 4-6-8 process that he used to do. He went 5 this year. I do a lot of similar stuff, and I've got one girl this year that cannot jump from evens to save her life. So we go to an even run, and she's always late on her plant or planting a whole step early, and running down the runway like this. So I've just been doing three 5s and 7s with her. Well, we're not 7 yet, but 3s and 5s with her. So, huh?
You couldn't jump from evens.
Couldn't. Such a true story. So that was one of the things I heard from him that kind of sparked my interest. And I was chatting with Matt here a second ago and just kind of reiterate, the impact coaches have in athletes' lives young, and I mean, even at the collegiate level, but I'm sure Brian, Jeff, and I could all stand up here for hours and tell you stories about Coach McNichols and the impact he had on our lives. So again, I decided to kind of pay tribute to him, offering this free, the amount he gave back to me, and give it back to you guys. So that's, again, I want to thank him for everything he did. He passed in 2018, December. Yeah, so, and unfortunately, a lot of us never got to say goodbye. So, from there. Dennis, come out the chat, give his presentation now, and get switched back over to iPad will connect.
There you go. I'll pop it up.
That'll take me a second to get the.
Yeah, let's see if I need to.
I'll go dim the lights here. I think the way this projector works, it has the air streaming built into it, or the AirPlay built into it. If an ad pops up, I think it goes away. It's that little green thing at the top that should go away.
Okay.
So I'll dim the lights here and let him get going.
All right. It's good to be here. Talk a little pole vault. Most of you, hopefully everyone has that little sheet I passed out. Make sure we're all good there. So at first, well, I'll get to that. At first, this comes from it's almost like a little book I have, all on one page about pole vaulting, going through all kinds of different things on there. You guys will get the piece from here and down where it talks about the approach and the takeoff and plant and all that. Up there it goes through a lot of other different things that I kind of constantly update, and I use that as kind of my little guide each year, working with my athletes on all the little things I like to do that really make up a pole vaulter. And what we're getting ready to talk about is really kind of the center piece of pole vaulting when we get to that. So before we get started, what I want you all to do, because you guys have been going all day, I want you guys all stand up for me, okay? And give yourself a little room, because I'm going to have you do just a little bit of activity. I don't want you to hurt yourself. I want you to take your arm. I want you to just, right now, just reach as high as you can, okay? Keep reaching. You can do it both arms. You want to just keep reaching up. Okay, then I want you to get on your toes. And then what I want you to do here right at the end is just pop your knee up. All right. Now you're all ready right from the beginning. You sit down, know what the proper takeoff position is in pole vaulting, okay? Right there, simple as that, is just get yourself up over your foot, up through the highest point you possibly can hit off the ground here. So regardless, when we talk about the approach, we talk about everything, again, the centerpiece is that plant takeoff. Now, sometimes I sat there, if anyone's seen some of the stuff I've written, I was getting sick of going between plant, takeoff, plant, takeoff, plant, takeoff. Okay, so what is the plant? What do you guys think the plant is?
Delivering the pole to the box.
Delivering the pole, that's a good way. That's a little more like, I like that. Putting the pole in the box, you got to deliver. I like it. You know, sounds much more like you're a good wordsmith there. Yeah, delivering the pole into the box. So what's the takeoff? Okay, so when we're constantly talking about pole vault, everyone's saying, well, you got to hit your plant or you got to hit your takeoff. To me, I look at having both. So for a while, I used to call it, it never really went through. Nobody went after it. But every now and then you see stuff in my paperwork, the same here. I start calling it PLOF, okay? Plant and takeoff, because it's all tied together. All those movements are moving together with that. So the whole vault is built around that activity. This is where it all occurs. And even up here, when you look at my other sheet here, I go through all the psychology involved, all the physical abilities, all those type of things. Well, that's where the most psychological things occur, right there at the takeoff. Anything that's happening that deals with it, it's right there. It's all part of it. What getting the next step in terms of trying to swing up and get inverted, can't do it without a great plan takeoff. Whenever I talk to my athletes and we're going through, hey, you know what, we need you to get on the runway side of the pole, you're standing up where you meet. But then I always have to say right before that, that's if you happen to remember it after hitting a good plan takeoff. Because half the time when you're sitting there, you're getting some sort of cue. If you don't do that, all of a sudden they miss the ball, and you go, "Oh, what were you thinking of?" I was thinking that. I think, well, forgot. Plant, takeoff first. So everything, every part of pole vaulting, anything you dream about pole vaulting, is that right there. And so, you know, you see all these things all the time, and it's, what is the hardest sport to be in? What's the most difficult thing to do, and all those type of things. And you sit there as a pole vault guy, you're going, hey, over here, it's pretty crazy what we're doing here, right? This is nuts. Because think of it for a moment. Yeah, we'll talk about hitting a 90-mile-an-hour fastball is the hardest thing to do. Yeah, but I can do that closing my eyes, couldn't I? Accidentally hit the ball right every now and then, right? If I just do that every now and then, I get lucky, right? Or, you know, keeping a drive down the middle of the fairway. That's great, okay? But the difference is, let's say taking a drive, the accuracy of drive. If I miss a drive, I don't get wiped out and get kicked out off the side of the pit or something, right? There's a certain things that if you don't do this right, it doesn't go right, right? So it becomes that way. So when I start thinking about that, I start thinking about the accuracy of hitting a 9-mile fastball, or the accuracy of, you know, hitting a long drive straight down the middle of the fairway. But that's what we're doing coming all the way down this runway, is we got to be super accurate, coming down there full speed and putting the pole in the box with the accuracy of trying to hit a nice free throw or something like that. But we have to do it with a certain amount of speed and dynamics so we make sure we get ourselves in the pit. And, but like those events, that accuracy is such that there's a certain aiming, there's a certain sense. And this is what I talk about. So we'll go right to the, later on that sheet there, you'll see, we'll start with more of the plant takeoff part. But one thing I want to talk about right from the beginning, oops, this thing's not popping up. There we go. What I call steering. And you'll see that over the part there. So if I come, should slide over. You see up there steering just towards the end of the whole thing here. That pops up the way it's supposed to. There it goes. So talking about steering here, okay? So anyone know what steering would be? What's steering in pole vault?
Moving it down the middle.
Huh?
Moving it down the middle.
Going down the middle. That's a good way to say it too there. Anything else? What do we do to keep ourselves down the middle?
Get more steps to like you're preparing for that.
Yeah?
Huh?
And take off adjusting. Exactly. What we're doing is we're going down there aiming. We're steering towards what we need, or speed or takeoff position to execute a good ball. And so this is what defines pole vault, okay? Now, being a decathlon guy, and some of you guys dealing with high school kids, I can usually tell if I was going to have a good decathlon pole vault probably the very first day. Very first day, you can tell because they have a sense of takeoff. And I've had some phenomenal athletes. Like I remember one decathlete I had, I could high jump 7 feet, do 14 flat in the hurdle, go 25 feet long jump. But for some reason, he could not sense that separation of taking off. Could not do that. Couldn't do that. Couldn't make that. But then you get someone may not be as athletic, but they can pull. They can take off. And it's that sense of being separated between you and the box and understanding how that relationship is, how to take off. And that's where you see those ballers go. So some of those athletes, shoot, I can get them up to 13, 14 feet because they're really good athletes in a matter of weeks or something like that. Because they have that sense really early. And the first day I can do some things that are pretty good. And so that's what sometimes separates really when you're choosing pole vaulters. You choose the best athletes, and you gotta have ones that can actually pole, meaning can they take off? And that again is that steering part. So when you first start off and you're trying to take you through the steps and do this stuff, in reality, those kids have no concept of stuff, but you still see this vaulter, he comes in and they take off, right? Somehow they know to put that foot down and put it together. That's pure steering. So let's go to steering even further, okay? When you start getting a more developed vaulter, he's running down the runway right, he's getting right here, and he goes, oh, it doesn't feel right, he quits on it, right? Oh, my step's off, so this is that, so it fills under, it fills out, okay? And then there's some that they'll abort jumps. You don't want them to abort because they don't feel right coming in, right? Step's not there, those type of things. Well, let's turn that around, let's flip that around. If you can sense it as bad, then you can sense how to make it good. So if you can sense how to make it good, then all we need to do is manipulate everything such that you're always in the range where you can always make it good. Okay? That becomes steering. That's when you become some of the best vaulters have that great sense. And that's what gets them dynamic. So whether you're at the lower level, higher level, steering is still the most important. So what are we steering to? What position are we? I gave you the one here, right? So now we start looking at, this thing keeps popping off. We get to a frame, we start looking at, right before steering, we look at what we want to hit. And what we want to hit is we want to hit that C position there, okay? So if you're looking at the C positions right here, this is where it's all at, the type of posture we have here. That's what we're taking off to. So, way back when we were trying to deal with trying to get USA pole vaulting really going back in like the late 80s, early 90s, we were trying to come up with all this stuff. We were trying to come up with terminology of what we call this position. And if you look at the old USA book, anyone know what it said? We came up with the idea of calling it the follow through, not necessarily the seat position. And that's because it's a follow through of the position we're trying to do to set us up for. So why does the follow through become so important? Okay? Why does that become important in terms of what this position is? So if someone will come up here and they're not worried about getting, pretty tough, can handle a beating, come on up here. I'll demonstrate something if you want. Anyone brave enough to do this? Come on up here. Okay. So you stand right here. We learn, again, golf, baseball, all those things are going to have you. Go right here. You're good. Golf, baseball, all this thing, it's about following through, right? We're coming through, follow through. Okay? The same thing with the takeoff and plan. So sometimes we have ballers, all they're doing when they're steering is they're just aiming. Okay? So they want to be as accurate as they can. Try and hit. I'm going to try and hit that hand just perfect like that. Just hit it perfect. Then they come down there and man, I'm really going to hit it. I'm going to hit it hard. I'm going to come through. Boom. Boom. Get right on there. Oh, I got to get more accurate. And they're using all this tension, breathing. But they're not really getting any speed because they're not following through. Right? I got one more relaxed. They're slowing down to hit this position. You can't always pick it up with the eye as you're doing it. All you can see is what is happening afterwards. So when we think of this takeoff position, you can go ahead, unless you want me to hit it again. Okay, so just coming in relaxed. Right, go ahead. You're good. Relax. I get a lot more force. I come here. I really got no force. Go ahead. You can sit down. So the follow through principle is important. So when we're taking off, we're trying to hit up there. Good position. We're trying to get it out the back of the pit. And we're trying to have that posture position that allows us to do that. So in 2017, at the World Championships, they started measuring some different things. And they started looking at, what separates the best pole vault. Well, in the past, what we would always hear, every day would say, who won that day? Who's the one they said that always won the meet? Anyone know that from some of the old data? What would they say? Who wins?
The fastest on
The fastest. The fastest. You hear that over and over. Well, the more recent data is starting to show something. It's not showing that anymore. It's showing who is the most dynamic through their takeoff is what it's showing. So, Sam Kendricks and those type of people, they're coming in with a lot of dynamics and they're not coming in at as much speed. But when they hit that box, because they're following through so well, they have a lot more force and speed coming through the takeoff. So when we think of that, that becomes part of this whole thing we're trying to do with this whole plan. What we're trying to do is not just stop, hit positions. It's not all about that. It's the dynamics of which we move through there in terms of following through with that action. And then that comes down to then actually also our posture, okay? So both our posture and our follow through, dynamics, speed determines how successful we're going to be in terms of that vault. So let's look at, so this is a picture of, this is Renaud Lavanini, this is Mondo Planschneider, this is Sean Barber. And so all three of those guys, we were jumping at the exact same meet. So we got the exact same video. All of them jumped that day, 591, 19, 4 3/4 or whatever. All three of them here in this meet. That's a nice video. But when you look at that, they don't look that much different, do they? That's the one position. They don't look that much different. But if you look at their styles and the way they jump, you're going to see a lot of differences, except here. And that becomes that perfect postural position, that follow-through position. That is what we're trying to hit when we hit a great plant and takeoff, is right there. That's our position. These people have different grips with different everything. And if I come through, I start looking at someone like, we're looking at Sean here. Sean Barber here had the highest grip of all time. He held close to 17.6. That was a 17.8 pole he's on right there. Okay? In practice, we were able to get him on 18-foot poles at times. More, they were pretty small, but he could get on them. But he had probably the most efficient takeoff in the business at that time. Maybe not the fastest, because extremely efficient. But again, you see his position absolutely no different through here than what you see with all three of these guys here. Same thing here. We see the same angle here coming up through. Again, this is a 538 pulse he's on right here. Okay? This is when he went 6 meters here. All right. So we see those three positions very similar, and you can go through. So that's what we want to work towards. So how do we do that? How do we try and prepare for that? Now we're working in terms of our plant mechanics and our takeoff mechanics. So we're going to come through, and our goal is to go left, right, left is the basic thing here. It takes 3 steps to get that plan in. I don't care what you do, whatever happens, how fast you're coming in, that's what it basically takes to do that. Now you see some boulders come running in like this. That's highly inefficient. Can't be doing it that way, okay? It takes those 3 steps. So if I work with a decathlete, and decathletes, what I do different with them than I do with my regular pole vaulters. And I've had a decathlete that held, until this last year for 10 years, held the national collegiate record and American record for pole vault. Never pole vault in high school. With my decathletes, I don't have time to go through and do all these left, right, all that stuff. But I basically tell them, just get your hands up before you hit the back of the box. That's basically what I try to keep it as simple as possible with it. Hit it up before you hit. Just get it up through there before you hit. And then we'll try and work on our carry and work on our grip. Because we just can't spend as much time as we do the regular ball doing all the little drills, which we'll do a ton of with that. Because we got to keep it really simple for them because they're getting 9 other events with that. But they end up sometimes the exact same thing. And every time I've done that, and just focus on that, not worry about the 3 steps. For some reason, they go through the same old 3-step plan exactly the same way. Nothing really changes. So again, we're focusing on what we want at the end of what we're doing there, more so than the stuff we're prepping. We're prepping for that. But don't let the prep overcome what we're trying to do at the end, okay? And this is what we want to end up with. Well, let's go further through here. So here is a little bit different variation. And this is what we're going to see with Mondo. And I do not advise anyone to follow this variation, until it works out well for them, and maybe this is the way to go. And I've had some boulders do similar, especially decathletes. But when he plants his pole, he drops the pole in front of the box, slides it, and then goes up, okay? To be honest, it's extremely efficient because he's got this big 17-foot pole. He just lets it fall, comes up through, hits up through. Where's the problem with that, though? Where's the reason I would not want to teach that?
The pole pops up.
Hmm?
The tip pops up.
Close to that. The tip popping up.
The lip on the box.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sitting there in high school facilities, and I'm going, oh my goodness, all he needs to do is hit that. Now, I saw some I knew some ballers pretty close to here. They used to always come in and they plant too early all the time. They had this, I don't know what, they're run down the runway like this for a couple steps. And invariably, they would hit before that box. And the ones I knew that did it eventually hit a lip and would get a concussion or something. I mean, a couple that would just wipe out. I saw them even at a national high school meet. Hit one of those lips, come up, and come head first on the box. So that's why I wouldn't teach, okay? Highly efficient what he's doing, but it's not realistic for what we're trying to do. And, he could control all that stuff where he lived at his own home and things, and it works out well. So there's going to be different variations, okay? Next thing I wanted to show was looking at, this is one of my boulders that was at University of Akron before I went to Illinois. On the left side, this is him jumping at 5 meters 60, 5 meters 61. He he had a little tough time the year before. He had you know, I talked to one of the others, had kind of like a COVID thing or something went on where he landed weird in the pit and he broke his arm. So we had a hard time getting him back to wanting to pole vault the way he wanted mentally and everything. Finally, we get him going. But the thing he really did well is he could smack that box when he came in. He would like almost jog and then just hit it really hard. So we kept him on kind of short approaches. He was on shorter poles. And, you know, he ends up going this day, he goes 561, okay? And then he almost made 571 that day. We were just getting ready, it was a few weeks before Nationals. We thought, hey, maybe we'll start getting back to your longer approach. He was on a 7. Well, this was him last year. The other picture on the other side is him last year. Now, see if you can tell anything different between the jump on the right and the jump on the left, except for the fact that the jump on the right, he's going at 583, 19.1 plus. The other one's right around 18.5. You see absolutely anything different here? Anything whatsoever?
He's using an Essex on the right. He's using an Essex pole on the right.
He is using an Essex pole. And I don't, you know, that could be a little bit different. He is holding, he's on a 5-meter pole there. The other one's on 4.9. Okay. But what do you see that's anything that's technically anything different whatsoever?
Looks like he starts his turn earlier on the right.
Could be. I never could pick it up. I mean, maybe you guys have a little better eye. But they're so funny. They're so similar.
Can you go back on the runway about 2 steps out before you?
Yeah. I mean, you know, the answer, and maybe you guys can see it a little bit better, is there is no difference. Okay? I've studied and looked at it and gone at those things. What are we improving from one year to the next? One difference is he's on a 9 left on that one. On the one to the right, he's on 7 left on the other. Okay? He's on a 490 pole on the other one, and the other one is on a 5-meter pole. Okay? But one of my points is to get to you guys. What you're taught as a young vaulter, that whole sense of what you have between you and box, the whole steering, everything you do with it, is implanted very young. And sometimes I can grab a freshman, maybe slightly change him, but not much. I really have to enhance what you do because you have wired that person up on coming down that runway, coming full speed, 20 miles an hour, plus hit that box. And they have already wired in how that's going to occur. So that becomes important because sometimes they're trying to force people to be ballers or not. He's hitting a great position. This is a 19-1 jumper, okay? One thing you notice, he takes off way under, doesn't he? Now, I was able to get that fixed. He was about, I've had him go 17.9 from like 10.9 takeoff. I mean, that's crazy. But he hit the box well and do well. You look at Mondo, he takes off well, okay? In the past, we all try to take off up and well, and if you look at Sean Barber's jump, look at some of the other ballers, they would have the ideal, like, what we call a boot to takeoff. But those things are ingrained in you, and that's your steering mechanism. Sorry to keep beating on it. So what you teach them here, coming through, becomes very important. Because if you are, just think of it, if you are coming down the runway, and you knew for sure your step was going to be on every time, and you could hit that button, how much faster would you be? Compared to, hey, if we want to hit it perfectly, let's take off and steer and hit these things, how much are you going to slow down? Tons. The confidence and all that is very important. So you're ingraining these type of things as you come through. So that's kind of the point of looking at those two together. So let's go a little further as we look at, again, we see these same positions coming through here, hitting up through there. This one I have those three, then I have Kendricks, then I have, you see a little different with my other ball, he's gone 19 forward, Matt Ludwig. Little bit different style. The only style you see difference is he brings his knee up. The other ones have a little lower knee down here. They tend to be a little more double leg swing as you're coming through. But all those things happening right through there. So But the main thing we want to hit is right here. We want to hit this plant takeoff here. Right there, we want to hit this position. So as we do that, if we're looking at Sean here, we're going to be at 2 strides out. We like to have that pole parallel to the ground if we can. Some people have it much higher. I like it parallel as much as you can. But some people go with these, what they call these big, what I call drop plants, where they're running down, they're taut, and they come through and they go, boom, like this. I don't like that at all. It's too advanced of movement. You need to first be taught how to keep that wrist up here in good position so you can come in and plant it low through that, correctly through that position. Then later you can start adding that part. Again, I'm going to tell you, this is, I feel, the most efficient person I've ever seen do this. So here we are, we're going to go left, right, left foot starting to plant. Right foot is actually going to load up. So we set up, I call this kind of my little power position of pole vaulting, because now we want to push from there. We want to bring our step down quick and jump up through the pole here with our hands and our body into that position. Okay? And we're just doing like a little short approach. He's probably still on a 17-foot pole there, just doing a little short stuff. Okay. Again, you will see a little bit difference with Mondo. Just sliding that, he slides that pole in the box, everything's dropped, but still it's those 2 steps, a little more under than what you saw with Sean there, okay? Female-wise, I think if you guys want to look at a great plant takeoff, I think Alyssa Newman's one of the best there is. She really gets in a nice position, taking off up and through. Good position through here as well, hands up through as we're going. Okay, again, seeing that big C on him, on Sean. So now I want to get into kind of the rhythm of trying to think in terms of how we take off through there. For me, I like to do this little skipping drill. Trying to learn how to push that pole up, push that pole up, push that pole up, push that pole up at takeoff as we're coming through. Again, emphasizing that position, getting our C position and things. This is actually rougher when I look at this video than I wish it was. We're just working that. I don't like that she comes from low to high, but regardless, we're just trying to work that. Nice little drill we do sometimes, what I call a stretch row. What I'm trying to get them to learn to do on this particular drill is to try and take their body and stretch over the top of the pole and learn how to make the pole feel shorter when they jump. So a lot of boulders will do, they'll come in, again, thinking in that position when I take off, and they tend to sit. They tend to want, like the pole's going to do something for them. They run to the pole, oh, that pole's going to take me somewhere. They have to be the one to take the pole somewhere. And so I want them to learn, they'll do this little drill, they'll stretch up through, and then I want to make sure they're keeping a good C position through, keeping their foot behind the pole, and they just keep holding higher and higher without making sure you don't slide on the grass and doing certain things. But we're trying to get them, first time they're saying that pole feels like I'm holding too high to do this, and it's actually a little more stretch, a little more stretch. Keep teaching them to learn to lift up through the jump, not try to sit down on the jump when you come through, right from the beginning. Okay? So we'll see a little bit more where they're doing that, trying to get their little C position through there, etc. All right, so this is a drill that is one of my favorite. I always have all my boulders start off practice with when we're getting ready to jump. It's a little 2-step drill. All they're going to do is be right here, and you'll notice I don't have the pole down here like you should. The reason why is there is a point where you're just doing 2 steps. You really, it makes them roundhouse when they're coming through, and I'm trying to get them the feeling of lifting up and facing that pole head on through there as they come through. So it's called a little 2-step drill. We come through, we almost gallop step, jump up, and my goal is again to try and see how high they can hold doing this, warming up, so they get used to this idea of lifting up through, lifting up through. And if they get rejected, they're only a couple feet off the ground, so it's not that big a deal. They can come out. So we'll look at this, and we'll see. It's going to come through 2 steps, take off. Hopefully this video works right. And we're just up through. So again, up, take 2 step, push those hands up and through. Now, this is the only straight pole drill I require of my pole vaulters. I have a million little straight pole drills. And I used to be really big on them. I used to be on this old Buka thing, straight pole, straight pole. And then I started finding out my very best takeoff vaulters. Sean Barber, Matt Ludwig, another guy I used to, Scotty Miller, I don't know if anyone remember him, had the greatest takeoffs I think there possibly was. I mean, great takeoffs. They could not do a straight pole drill for the life of me. They could not do it. They could do something like this, that's it. Anything back behind it, they couldn't feel it. They had to bend the pole. And these are people that take off 14, 15 feet out. I mean, these are great, massive, high takeoff people with that. And if you guys, years ago, I was doing the one of the Akron conventions we used to hold. I had Jen Sir and Katerina Stefanidi there, and we went through some stuff, and we were looking at the differences. And each of them went over their different training stuff, and we interviewed them. Katerina Stefanini, she used to train with us down there all the time. She loved to do straight forward, 80-foot pole approach. She do all that and jump well. Jen Sir could not do a straight pole, period. So sometimes there's different styles. You may have a kid that does it, another kid doesn't. It really doesn't matter as long as you get the bend. But you'll look at this. This just becomes a 2-step drill. Whoops. And I've taken this drill. So we'll start video. And here we go. And, you know, just that good basics right through there, just trying to get that good feeling. Getting up lift, getting up lift, getting up lift, getting up lift. And again, just raising your grip, getting yourself a good feeling. We're just pushing those hands up, okay? Again, making sure that when we leave our position right here, we want to make sure we're emphasizing that right there, okay? Try not to let that foot get in front of the pole, the left foot, and we're there. Okay, so some of you may have done this drill here. I call them assisted suicides. There used to be a time, the reason we call them assisted suicide, because my coach at, if I can freeze that, my coach at Abilene Christian, he wanted us to do that without someone touching us. And he had this great idea of having us jump up the plant and then come back down on the runway on our own, and we did that. And for some reason, I was the only one that could do it among the whole group, and I trained with some people, you know, world record holder, all these people. I could be the only one that did it because I was stupid enough to do it. And I get way up there and take off and then come right back down. So that's why I call it assisted suicide. This time I'm helping them. And I do not advise doing that drill, not just the obvious danger stuff, but even if you're efficient at it, you have to have iron shins. Eventually you'll just say stress fracture or something bad will go wrong. But anyways, if you guys have ever did these, you know, there's one thing you have to do to be very successful at this particular drill, okay? Oops, freeze, freeze. Don't freeze the way it's supposed to. Okay, one thing you have to do, it's always weird on here. There we go. You have to do to be successful with this jump, okay? Anyone do this drill? Okay. What do you have to make sure that vaulter does to make sure that's successful? You guys have a cue you give them?
I make sure they leave before the
That's a good cue. Any other? Keep your hip. Getting even closer. Keep your hips back. Okay? Anyone else?
Would you say proper knee drive?
Huh?
You say proper knee drive?
Could be. Could be. That could be part of it as well. You'll find it can help.
Trail like that.
There you go. Bingo. Wow. So if they come up, and you've done this before, you lift them up and you do it. If they pull their knees up, it's like taking their whole weight of them. They can't get in. They can't bend the pole. The only way they can bend the pole is the more they, I would say, kick me where I don't want to be kicked. You know, someone used to give me a cheerleader trail leg, you know. Whee! Back here, you know, get it back there. Get that big cheerleader trail leg. if they hit that big trail leg, it's easy to take them up through. You can almost hold them with one hand. It's really easy. They bring their knees up. Don't get in that position. You are encountering all their weight when they go up. Oh, I don't want to do this. And here, with her, I could probably just hold her with just one hand. Through there. Hitting that great takeoff, coming through. So trail leg becomes what? This is what people kind of forget. I'm going to say this. I like hitting a good left arm, but above my head. But the left arm does not bend the pole. It does to a point start it bending. You do have to have something that starts to bend. Just a bit. It's a moment that gets it going. But really what puts all the pressure on the pole and keeps it rotating over is that long lever and keeping it back. And there's another part to that, which becomes very important when you have that trail leg, is that you're creating force back that way, opposite direction going in here, means we're getting more force in the hip. Okay? When I do this, this becomes very important when we're hitting that position. Now, I always find with this, the only thing I hate about this drill sometimes is they tend to make unrealistic takeoffs. So their takeoffs way out like this, or up through, but you know, it's kind of nice. Okay. Okay, so I may take this to another drill now. Again, we do this. You can't see it here. Oops. We're hitting a hurdle here. Flat hurdle, one of the gill hurdles is flat on the one side. And be careful with this, but we hit it and we slide that hurdle through. We're only taking a couple steps to do this, working on that position here as we come through. This is a really hard one to hold because of the way the pole will actually then, of the hurdle, and you don't do a soft enough pole, will suck your hips underneath as you come through, like he did a little bit there. But you're able to at least work as long as we can to get that nice position right up through there. So one of the reasons I do a drill like this, something heavy like that, I don't do a long run, just a couple steps. I may even just go like this, again, hitting, get that feeling, really work our posture. But I want to get where they're hitting. I want them hitting that box. So this is one thing I noticed when we started having Katerina Stefanidis training with us when I was at Akron. When she went on the run, when you vaulted against her, or vaulted in practice, you got everyone else to hit the box. Here they are. They're coming through. Here's the box. For her, bam! She hit the box, like killed it. I mean, you could hear it all around the track. What does that tell you? She's coming in with some massive force. She's hitting that thing hard. So we're constantly working on creating a lot of force through that movement. Okay? So when we're coming through to add to that movement, we want to create this sort of rhythm where we're really learning to take off. So we do a lot of drills like this. Whoop, come through. We're working those last two steps. Quick, 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 quick. We're making those super dynamic because that's what we want to hit the last couple steps coming in. We want to be super dynamic through that movement. Hit, boom. Now we're doing it from 3 steps. Boom, 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 boom. Because we can take that force into the box. That's what we're looking for. Okay? And you'll see now he's doing the 3 steps between, working that force. He's got a lot of good dynamics through there. Okay? Any questions so far? Go ahead.
Are you teaching them to feel the C position, or are you teaching them more so like to hit the box in a way that puts the box? Like, what's the focus? Like,
Both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah. So you've got to constantly reinforce them. This is a body posture position. Our posture is going to be right here. Body up over our foot, up through. This is more important than where you take off from off the ground. Is where do you look like you're taking off under? So if you look at a ball and you say, oh, that guy's taking off under, probably doing something wrong. But you can look at this ball that is taking off from the same place in relation to that, and they look like they're taking off out because they're in much better posture. That's the key. You got to look like you're just going right through that box with as much force you can. Not saying you take off under. Those are things that you can work on. Ideal is to take off. Your hand is right over your foot when you're taking off. But I can remember some athletes literally got ruined trying way too hard to get the big boop to take off. And you take someone I remember things like Stacy Dragila tried to do that, or people like and that's when she had a little bit of a rough time. Same with Issa Eva. She tried the same. She was 6 inches under. She wanted this, I want the super takeoff and mess with some coaches and things. So they already had programmed in just these unbelievable plants and takeoffs with a lot of force coming in. That's a hard thing to rechange when they really weren't improving things because they were slowing down their steering mechanism by doing that. The key was their posture. So if you look at these drills here, he's a little bit leaned back on this one, but if you look at these drills here, all you got to do is put a pole in their hand up through here, and that's jumping right through there. That's vaulting, okay? All right, so now we're going to get back to, if we get back to the beginning of that sheet a little bit, we're going to work on, right from the beginning, we're going to work on pole carry. What is the ideal width of the grip? Huh? Okay, shoulder. Anyone else? Like anything? You know what's funny? If you go and you watch the Olympics, and I was putting one together, but for my, you guys ever seen my Tuesday stuff? I was trying to put together something on grip width because I was watching the Olympics with all the women's boulders, and every one of them had a routine on how to determine how wide their grip was. So you have about 3 different styles. Some I could be with that. And you'd see them as they got ready. They did that. You had the elbow people. You had the armpit people. And you had the shoulder people, like this. Okay? Shoulder, armpit, sometimes not. But this is supposed to be biomechanically the most ideal part. Put on your shoulder, come right here. Left arm comes down straight. This is supposed to be it. But if you're going to look at Mondo, you're going to look at Renaud Lavigny, they're more armpit type people, or wide. You look at Sam Kendricks, he's elbow. You look at Sean Barber, he was more of an elbow. He liked the narrow grip. It doesn't matter that much. The key is, though, is it proper for posture when you're coming through? If you have your grip out like this, it's wide, it's not very good right there, okay? That's not good posture. Karen, sometimes the narrow grip people have better posture running down the runway than people with a wide grip. So, don't get too hungry. But if I'm going to take a beginner through it, I'm going to go like this. That's what I'm going to do most of the time. But when I'm doing drills and little short drills, I like to do a lot of elbow drills. I like to get them used to getting your hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. And then eventually I'll go a little wider. But when I'm doing that little 2-step suicide drill, I got to go a little wider grip. I do have to have a little left arm. So you just kind of play with it a little bit. And some of them get a lot more boost off the top with a wider grip. Some get a better pull through on a narrow grip. Those are the differences. Don't get too hung up on that. Okay. But pole carry wise, a good way to see if you're carrying the pole correctly with your hands, you should have a closed grip. Me, I was taught an open, so I don't have the flexibility of it. But we want our wrist cocked as we're carrying that. You should be able to hold this pole super narrow. If you're holding it correctly, you should be able to carry it like this, the weight of the pole is super narrow. If you can't, that means your wrist is a little bit down. And if my wrist is down like this, it's going to pull my shoulders forward. So I want to keep that nice cocked wrist. It's also going to allow me just to come up nicely into my plant and takeoff through there. Okay? So wrist up here, nice and square, coming through. Then when we're carrying our pole, our carrier pole is going to be keeping it up, except for beginners. I like beginners keeping it down. Until about 4 lefts out, then we kind of drop it in as we come through. But again, for beginners, I like low pole carries while keeping that wrist up. So they start learning when they do that, it actually pulls their body up as they're coming through. So as they lower the pole, I start to rise up a little bit. If I learn always to just drop quickly, then my shoulders are coming forward like this. So I'm going to come through here, left, right, left through here, carrying that pole, right, left, coming through, okay? And then I'm going to have that sort of takeoff mechanics I do here. You don't have to teach this. I do with some of my group where we're literally doing our gallop step, boom, popping up through all the time, doing our long jump drills, doing our thing. So we're really learning to be quick at the end. This leg actually bends more than the other, and this one takes up high, all those types of things. But even just following that rhythm will force me to do that right there. Okay. Any questions on that? So plant, left, right, left, hit it. So now let's get to the approach part of everything. The very beginning approach is all you're trying to do is get to that plant takeoff with the speed, necessary speed you need to get that pole to move the vertical to finish the jump, okay? So that means my whole run is built around getting that pole in the box. From the very beginning, I'm thinking that. But I need some consistency as I do that, so a few things we'll have to go through. But first thing is, see if I can get this going, is sprint mechanics. Good. When we run during that pole, we've got to go heel up to here. Guess what happens when I bring that heel up if I do it right? Something happens to my knee. My knee comes up. So people say heel up, knee up, then toe up. Don't run on your toes. It's one thing you always notice with high school coach, run on your toes. No, you don't. You don't run on your toes. You run on all feet. Keep your toes up. Much more active, more dynamic. It'll rotate through, toe up, knee. And you come through. Good sprint mechanics. So we want to make sure as we run with good sprint mechanics, not only do we increase our efficiency of speed, we also give us more consistency with our approach. Okay? So what I think is the best drill for learning just basic sprint mechanics is just resistance runs. I think if I watch my head coach there, Petro Kipanow, coaches always great decathlete, I see him all the time. I never really see him doing a lot of sprint drills as much as he does just resistance stuff. You know, I do a set of sprint drills, but my sprint drills are all the same. We run like this. We do carrying our pole. We do slow high knee drills. Then we do quick. And then we do slow to quick. We don't do any other drills between that to determine our sprint mechanics. Keeping it as simple as possible because you're just trying to do the same movement. And if you talk to some people, experts in sprinting and stuff like that, sprint mechanic drills where you're doing they don't do anything to improve your sprinting mechanics. They're good for loosening up and warming up and doing things, but you've got to constantly duplicate the motion you're going to take through the vault. Okay? So when we see these people, we're going to see just doing basic resistance, they're in a great hill up toe because they have to be efficient. Who else wants to come up here and become a guinea pig with me or whatever? Anybody brave? Last one got hurt. Come on up, okay? So, I'm taking this thing. So what I want to do is I'm going to give you some resistance later. What I want you to do is try to sprint, run, and push me backwards. Okay? Here we go. Go. All right. So now, what I want to do to give you a little more power, don't get hurt though, is I want you to be much quicker and really bring those heels up to your butt. So quick through it. Ready? Go. Okay. Which one had a lot more force? The one last, I can feel a lot more force. It's just like thinking of a, you go ahead and sit down. Just catch your breath. And then, you know, it's like in a tractor, you're getting a low gear that has all that power right through there. You tend to learn to be efficient when you're having to push something like that. So that's something I try to constantly emphasize. And then all we do is we take the resistance away and they start going into good sprint mechanics.
Like one of those thin trainer bands.
So this is an expensive trainer band. You'll find that I use all cheap stuff. That was actually something Pulse came in, I think Maltheus, or I grabbed plastic trash bags and tear them. And the reason I like them is because they slide off really easy. So I use plastic because it just slides. So we'll run, we'll do this like this, and then I'll release them, let them keep running, and I just release it. Use the rubber, use other things, they get caught on them, they trip over them, all those things. So I just slide off. So I'm the inexpensive guy on that stuff. Okay? So you see some more here, more with them, boom, 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 hitting good mechanics through there, okay? Another drill I like to do, right, especially early in the season right now, is what I call med ball runs. That's where I'm holding the med ball, and I gotta work this really works getting sense of the pole. We're gonna run what happens is the pole, the faster we run, the center of gravity keeps getting pushed out even further out. So to catch up to it, we have to do something. What do you think that is we have to do? Huh?
Speed up.
Speed up. But then if you don't want to do that, that's true though. And you will speed up as you follow. But you got to turn over more to maintain that position. That's what we want when we run. We want to drive out and go slow to quick, 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 quick. So our rhythm's constantly working that. And every time I do sprint drills, when we did the one I had, every drill we do, we always do it with 9 lefts. Sometimes the girls will say 8 lefts. Really, prior season, I make the guys and girls do it together 9 lefts, and we do 9 lefts of everything. 9, 8, and we count every time. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's counting 9 here. I'm actually timing him this one, so it ends up being 40 yards. I wanted to see the difference between him carrying the ball and when he was running in the 40 dash on this one. But we're working constantly. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're creating that rhythm as we come through there, okay? To set that up. You see again, a little slower, knees coming up through. All right, so.
How heavy are your net balls when you're doing that?
Huh?
How heavy is the net
6 pounds. You can go 8. Go any heavier than that, it gets pretty tough. I got one in here where I got a 25-pound weight. And that's it. I love weight. I just wanted enough so it pushes them through. I do this with my long jumpers too. So I have them run over their approach and almost like they're getting ready to take off, so they get in that position. But it created that natural rhythm of building up through there. Other thing I like, my expensive stuff. Everyone goes gets those. What do they call them? Wickets and all that. Guy's spending way too much money on these things. I go get these baskets for $1. I can smash these. I can do whatever I want. They're much more durable. I do all kinds. My whole thing is just Walmart special of all my training aids. Is trash bags, tubs, and lots of these. I have the narrower ones that come in too. I really like those. I'm doing those more and more. They're cheap. I can stack them up, and I go to it. But so you see, again, we'll do a lot of approach work with or without the pole. The reason I like these is, again, it's working our approach. I want you to feel like when you approach like you're on a 10-speed bicycle, okay? And you're in 10th gear at the beginning, and it's hard to push at the beginning. And it gets quicker, quick, like that. It's almost like I want them to feel like they're going uphill and downhill. So all of these are the exact same distance apart. Now this is pretty aggressive on these. I think these are 6 foot apart, so that's pretty good for the ladies. So they're going 6 in the beginning, they're pushing hard, but by the time they hit the last few, they feel too close. And we have to get them to put their feet down quick and come through. So we're constantly working that rhythm. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, okay? Except we got a little. So same thing here. Again, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The video is just not giving you a smooth action. But we're constantly, so we do these all the time. We do 5 foot wide, we do 4 foot wide at first, and 5 foot wide. We may only do 10 left of them for a while, but always at some point, we're always doing our 9 left or 8 left with them, constantly working these. And they warm up with this every time we have we get ready to practice to jump. They do a couple of these, constantly just beating that rhythm into their heads, okay? All right, any questions so far? Let's see. I'm probably getting close to my end of my time here. So, any other questions on all that? Huh? Oh, good. I'm fine. So, I'm going to get back to Sean's jump here. I just love this one from just simple, clean video on what he's doing here. Very good sprint mechanics. Everything coming through. Heel up, toe up, knee up, all the way through his position. Now, there's 2 things that I like on your approach. And you'll see on the sheet I have the list of different things on there. Okay? So we'll look down there and we'll look at when we're dealing with the approach. We're going to have our takeoff step, we're going to have a length approach, how many lefts, those types of things. But the thing that becomes very important to me is what I call a check step. And there's 2 check steps that we have. We have one for the athlete and one for the coach. The athlete one is between 15 and 22, I've even gone 24 feet. That is our second left. So counting down from 9, it's 9. We're going 9, then 8. We're going 8 lefts, 8. We have that. Anything farther back than 6 lefts, I'm going to do this check step. 6 lefts in, I'm not going to do this check step. I may do it at 7 or whatever. But where you see the biggest mistake with pole vaulters is when their steps off down here or they're not in the zone to steer in. It's because of what they changed at the beginning. So my most favorite story, I had his vaulter's name was John Russell, his freshman, we're at the NCAA championships, and he's way under his weight. We don't know what's going on. So luckily I brought one of my former athletes, pole vaulters, who was also GA, and she yelled out, "John, you hit your check step." And he goes, "Oh, I forgot." Sets up his check step. We're doing right during the competition. Boom, hits it, and then ends up being the only freshman in the place to meet. All of a sudden, his step is fixed. He's hyped up. He's pumped up. He's coming down the runway overshooting his approach all the time. He's not consistent through there. So we have a check step in which we measure, we slowly over a while try to make sure that check is what they hit on their second left. So they're consistent with the stride. And also the way we want their stride set. Do we want them pushing out a little more? Do we want them a little more up? That may determine the distance. But usually I go with something after we've run and done all these drills, set up approach without them. Then I kind of look, okay, where are you hitting normally on that second left? And we'll put that down. And then I have to teach them constantly all the time to hit that. Even when they're doing little drills, I want them sometimes seeing a little mark and hitting. He's so used to hitting this check step all the time.
What
Okay?
do you typically use for a check step? What's
This piece of tape.
Okay.
So right off the left, right there, that's all you're allowed anyways.
I have a hard time tracking it. What's legal?
So you can have 2 marks.
Okay.
Okay? So you can have that mark and the start mark.
Okay.
For some of my athletes, they may only use this mark and use the check step down there. It's usually, we'll talk about that other part.
Sure.
But that mark, sometimes they're good this way, so they made sure they had a pattern where they knew how far back to go all the time to go. Because sometimes they would say, okay, let's move our step back 4 inches, and they forget to move that back 4 inches. You know what happens? If they don't move that one back 4 inches, they actually make them, if they hit it, take off under, because their strides are getting bigger.
But this is primarily for the athlete to check themselves.
This is actually, and here's the thing, when you do it, all that matters is they hit the same way every time. So I always ask them, did you hit it? Did you hit it? Did you hit it? When we're doing drills. And they may be 6 inches in front of it, they may be 6 inches behind. But if they think they hit it every time, and they're consistently hitting 6 inches behind, we're good. Okay? Now, it's not about, you gotta be perfect here, right there. Well, their perception may be always right here, or it may be a little bit under. As long as they're consistent, that's all I want. Consistency. And Sean right here was just live and die by that. The next check step is what we call the mid check, which if we're dealing with something 7, anything less than 9 lefts, I'll go with what I call the 30-foot check, or 3 lefts back. So you're hitting 3 of the 3, 2, 1, which may be for my ladies close to 35, for my guys close to 40 in there, or plus, negative in there. So you're hitting that 40 and you're coming through. That's for me to go with, and I look at that constantly to make sure they're consistent there. And it also determines how far I want to move up or back. But it's putting them, when they hit this check step, means it's putting them in the zone of steering. Are they in the zone of steering? So one thing you don't ever want to do when you steer is to overstride coming in. If you overstride, you're going to be under, you're not going to feel comfortable. If I'm going to make a stake, it's always to understride. And I'll give you an example. I had a kid at NCAAs. He kept going through all his poles, so he was very organized. He asked Corey Cochran if he had a bigger pole. He borrowed it. So he went from a 5-meter pole to a 5'10" pole, 16'9" pole, held at the very top. This kid could only run 40 to 40. I mean, but he had an unbelievable takeoff. But he was coming in, he was hitting his check consistently like 2 feet up. But he was hitting an unbelievable takeoff. So I'm in the league, hey, what's with that? You're turning over well. You're holding harder than you ever have. I think we're good. But then as the meet went on, when he started pressing a little more, I needed to move him back a little sooner. But that's kind of the zone of where I look at and be consistent with hitting. Now, someone like Sean Barber here, he was so addicted to that part. His was a 50-foot, so that's a 4-step back. He had to hit that check. He had to see it. He had to see it when he came through because he knew in the zone. I remember I used to struggle with him his freshman and sophomore year where he would be like, oh, he'd have it where he'd always want to be up more than I wanted to. He wanted that check up. Why? He always felt more comfortable. No, coach, I got to keep it right here around 52 feet or so. No, goes 6 meters, it's 55, 56. But why do you think he wanted it up all the time?
We could see if he didn't have to look down, or he said it was in front of him.
So what he wanted to do is make sure that he knew he could always steer himself in on cutting his strikes down, naturally, but not on overstrike. He was always scared of overstrike. He knew, I hit this mark within it, I'm in my zone, I'm good. It's just like when, for a while there with, I showed you earlier, Andre Garrison, he would have, that was another thing, his check step, because we were just trying to get him to hit at the end, it would be way up. His check step was like 37 feet out, which isn't that much for a guy. He didn't feel good. He was over 36 feet, he was fine, because he could kind of turn it over. Now it's moving back a little more now. But it's because that's where you feel comfortable in hitting your step. You will naturally turn over if you have to. So that's why. But the key was consistency. That's the thing you change constantly or you work with to maximize your jump. This year with one of my girls, like with Tori Thomas, I think she has way too short of strides at the end. She's throwing, her check step's like 34 feet or so. I mean, here's a 14-10 jump. She should be back a little more. She's super fast. But I haven't really wanted to do it yet. So this year we are kind of working on it a little bit. Because if she's hitting that same distance at the same rate of speed, then we're going faster. Right? So, and that's one thing I count too. So if you look back here, I measured it on like Renault Avenue, the picture of the meet. Their last 2 lefts were like 0.39 seconds, okay? Almost exactly. A few lefts back, they're at 0.44 seconds for hitting left to left. So that's their cadence coming in on that. Understand? Okay. So back here. So he had a 10 left approach. Here's something about it. Nobody, there hasn't been a world record done without 10 left approach. I can't remember, I'm not sure Bob Seagram had 10 left. Everybody had 10 left. I mean, all these guys do. So I see all this stuff. Sometimes we see all these short runs stuff. I'm saying anyone go 10 left. You don't need to. My ideal for my level of athletes is about 9 lefts, but I did have Sean went 10 next week. Matt went 10. For girls, ideally is about 8. I haven't seen enough success with 9. When people go back there. Some of the girls get pushing out pretty fast and have gotten away with 7. Someone like St. Boris had to go 7. She was such a gunner out the back, working with that. But I do believe for you to get really good approaches, you have to constantly ingrain in them that 9, that 9, that 9. Now, when kids start coming to me and I get them and they get out of these high schools and stuff, oh, I struggle so much to see so far back. I'm at a 6 left and I feel forever like I'm going to be so tired. That's because they've been trained that. You can switch them instantly. So sometimes I play a little game with them. I'll say, okay. A little 2-step, full plan drill. All right, let's go back here. And no step, I want you to do 9 lefts and find that hole. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom! And they go up and they pick off. I said, well, you just did a long approach. Okay? It's all perspective and rhythm. And you just build that into them. A longer approach is more relaxing. It allows you to do a lot better things. A short approach is more concise. But when the short approach becomes a long approach, you lose all the benefit of a short approach training. So a lot of times this time, I'm getting on long approaches. Just to make the short approaches still shorter. And to build rhythm on the long approach. Because this is where the game's at. I hate it when I hear, I went so far from 2 lefts. I went so far from 3 lefts. Who cares how high you went from 4, 5, or 3? What's your biggest jump? Like seriously, that's what it's all come down. I never, like some of my athletes said, Coach, I see all these people on Instagram jumping these big bars. So they're jumping high now. Every time I see them do now, I never see them in the spring. I never see them in spring. Just get your stuff done, do your stuff, but it's about the full approach. I hate that right. And I hate when I go to a meet, like a major meet, and I bring something to the league. I'm just gonna do 6 laps today at our meet. I'm like, oh gosh, you're a world-class volleyball, you should be going 9. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, prove that you're, like, what are you learning by that? Because you're not, you gotta learn, meets are important. Meets are when you learn how to do things and put it together, and that's when you need your long run. You guys are in a little different league when it comes to high school. Sometimes you have to keep short approaches, because I don't think you get 9 left in here, right? So,
97.
97. So you're dealing with that. And the other problem is you're dealing with weather. Sometimes you gotta go, yeah, I like this sort of approach because it's consistent. But in the long run, try to get them used to being a little further. And all it is building rhythm, building rhythm, building rhythm, building rhythm to do that. And getting where they like that relaxation out of the runway to do that. And that'll help a lot. There's tons of little drills I have at the bottom there that go through different things. Most of those I've touched on where we're at. Guys have any questions?
Link
Good.
some of those drills, if I want to see those again, some of those Gallup drills.
The Gallup one?
Yeah, do you have a link to those where we can go back and look at them?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you a place you go to my Instagram page. You fish it in, you see almost everything I always do drill-wise. And I'll add some more. So you'll see the Gallup drills, the other drills, you always see, if we're working on that, you'll see those. And there's a whole massive series of them. And then I'll have some bright idea and I'll come up with another one. On those type of things, just working that rhythm. And you'll see those on there. You can go there. Okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, if anybody need to go to the bathroom, grab another water bottle of water, feel free. There's more food over there, so grab more food. On the slide up here, there's a QR code now. It's a little survey. I asked that we wait until Steve talks to do it, because it's just going to ask, what's the best part, what's the worst part, what did we miss? And if you don't listen to Steve, you're not going to know what you missed. If you can fill that out for us, it'd help a lot before you leave. So I know some of you got to take off. So yeah, no worries.
Yeah, and I knew there was something, I couldn't figure out what it was. That's what I was trying to figure out. Still in good shape. A little bit. He said, "You can say something, bring it up." I wanted to see your shot. Yeah. 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 Left it up there. have still been there. It seems like, I remember that, I think I was. But the big sections, we're gonna have that. I'm sure they are. Came down to Garen, one of the mowing people, when they used to farm that stuff out. The weather got and it's like, okay, so about halfway up. I'm like, how do you get a tear half? What are you doing? Well, that's what I'm doing. Anyway, so I called her. I said, hey, what do you got to do? She said, I want a tear. I said, about 2 feet maybe. He says, yeah, because I got to drop something off at Noblesville. He said, I'll swing by. And he did. So he looked at me and yeah, we fixed it. And he had his like little repair kit and he knew where to go. And so he trimmed up a piece of excess material and et cetera, in there and you can't even tell. I mean, it's not like it's like, oh gosh, I can't get it. So you weren't there. Cut out and everything good drawing. They put track surface. You see that front leg sticking out 3 feet on the first part of the block. They started surface. I tried. Which is better if you're down to front. So it's all sitting on part. Front part of it. So I just have everything.
About 2 minutes, guys.
2x6s on the side of the wooden runway, and then between the 2x6s, during the landed well, got up. Kind of took a step back and which basically is the same thing as Indiana's manual. And they had a stadium like manual, concrete, no tech, they had that kind of look. And their wall pit was literally up against the wall. And so they didn't have any there. And it was a close meeting. Yeah. And so I'm standing there and this coach says, it's a sprinter, 102. He goes, what? He says, you're fast, you'll get over the bar. He said, well, I got the because otherwise, saying that is
It's like Coach, did I get us a point? The head coach is saying it's very we still won the league. He got 1 point. But it's like, I mean, if you know, it's just crazy.
All right, the last speaker today is Steve Luke. He's from Illinois State University. I guess not University of, huh? Illinois State University. He was at Purdue before that, Wabash before that, all kinds of places. Oh yeah, I left out the Illinois one, but so he's going to go over basically the last phases of the jump.
Yeah, if I can
I'll let him
remember.
have it. So
All right.
shoot for about 50 minutes. I mean, if you need a little more, fine, feel free. But.
All right, thanks, Colin. Hey, before we get going, everybody stand up. Come on, we're gonna go over here and we're gonna do some swing. I'm kidding. I can't keep up with Coach Mitchell. Hey, first of all, Colin, thanks for this. This is a great thing. Before I get going on, I'm gonna do a little bit about the swing, inversion and clearance, all right, which is after what these guys have done, after Jeff has already talked about his practice program and Coach Mitchell's already talked about what I think is the most important part of the vault. I'm kind of ticked off at Colin for not giving it to me, was the approach and the plan to takeoff. One thing I want to say is that, you know,
move it up to the top and go down. And one of the things that Dan said was super important was that a pole reacts in that same fashion as far as pole speed goes. So if you get to the top of the metronome fast as a vaulter, that pole goes boom, boom, and then just gasses out. Well, that's what I was doing my entire career almost until I transferred to a small school in Rock Island, Illinois called Augustana College. Back in my own history, I set the school record at Western Illinois my freshman year on our first outdoor meet, and I got beat by 2 Augie kids by a foot. So I kind of thought this Division II stuff's not what it's cut out to be, and to make up for it, I transferred to Augustana. And I had a coach there that had actually a really strong athletic background and knew body mechanics real well, which wasn't what we were getting at Western. In fact, the coach who was there at Western, his name was Ron McEachran. He ended up being a head coach at Iowa State a few years later. Told me that I'd be smart to go ahead and move because he couldn't teach me anything else that he could help me with. So we started learning about the swing. And then when I ran into Dan Paff and his ideas about the metronome, it made a lot of sense because when you're trying to load a pole, you're trying to stay down on the pole, a lot of people would call it, and it involves that C position the coach is talking about. You want to try to hold that as long as you can. In order to hold that as long as you can, you have to do things like learn how to apply pressure to the right hand. You got to learn how to keep the toe down and back. And a lot of the drills that he showed you were drills to originate that movement in the first part of the swing. And then the little things that help you out are things we work on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of walk you through a little bit of these drills and tell you what we look for, or what at least I look for, and what I've learned to look for to try to maintain that pole speed. A lot of people can get upside down if they've got time to do it. If you're in a hurry and the pole's gassing out on you, you're not going to be able to get there. And a good example is one of the drills that we do that has been around for a while, and I've heard it called a lot of different things. Brian calls it vault for distance. We call it long pops. Some people call it halves. Some people, if you turn it into a rollie, turns into a full and all that. There's all kind of names for it. You could take a soft pole that you'd think you should be able to get through on, and if you're doing this drill, which involves hitting the plant, keeping trail leg back, moving the right hand, and swinging through at the exact moment that you need to finish the vault, hands to your shin, into this position. If you're on a soft pole and you get there too fast, soft pole is going to stand you up just as much as a stiff pole because it doesn't have anything to give you. So you have to learn to time that up better. When you do that, you understand what the concept of slowing the swing down, loading the pole, and being more connected to the pole means, all right? And that's something that we did a lot with Pole Vault Junkies. I do it a lot in my training with kids that are having a hard time getting the swing to connect to the rest of the vault. There's other ways that you can do it, but let me take you through sort of the transition of what we do. Coach is talking about his 2-step drill. We do a 4-step stiff pole drill at the beginning of every practice. And the focus of that for us is that we're trying to work keeping that trail leg down and back. So when you come off the ground in a takeoff position, if you're in good shape, you're going to have that toe extended on that takeoff foot. All right. We try to say keep the toe down and back and make it the last thing that crosses the box before you swing up. And when you do swing up, we talk about dorsiflexing the foot so that now all of a sudden you're bringing that trail leg through long and hard, all right, at the right time instead of just bending the leg, swinging on through, and trying to finish quickly. Make the swing last longer. And that's what we look for in the straight pole drill. You guys will see those all over the internet. And like Coach says, if you want to see our stuff, I've got 6 or 7 years of doing these drills on my Instagram too, which is Steve Luke. I don't even know what
Oh, it's Steve Luke 32. That's what it is on Instagram. And you can, I've got it all over the place on there from Illinois, from Wabash, from Purdue. I got you on there. And now at Illinois State. But that's what we use it for. From there, we go to what we call a rushing. And we do this every day. Sometimes it's something we'll do almost for the entire practice early in the season. Later on, once we learn how to do the drills, then we'll focus on those when we need to focus on it, when we have to reinforce things that we have to do to make our ball work. So the rushing is another 4-step drill we do. Medium soft pull, doesn't have to be real stiff, but it shouldn't be super soft either. We work on everything that coach talked to you about the run and the takeoff, hitting the seat position, moving the right hand, applying pressure, keeping the trail leg back. You'll see a lot of people will do this and forget about one part of it, and that's keeping the trail leg back. We call it engaging the trail leg or feeling the trail leg. We mentioned, I think Jeff mentioned it, and so did Coach Mitchell. So much of the pole vault is about feeling what works. We can say it till we're blue in the face about, hey, keep the trail leg back, move the right hand, keep the trail leg back, move the right hand, but you have to feel that stretch on that trail leg to engage it, to keep it back. And sometimes I would tell vaulters that let it go, disengage, and let it swing through. What'd you feel? Did you feel your trail leg? Or sometimes I'll be specific and they'll look at me like I'm stupid and say, nah, what day? I didn't feel a leg. If they didn't feel it, then they didn't do it. All right. So if they're not really feeling the stretch, and that stretch is it's a prominent feeling in your leg if you hit it, because you're going to feel it through the hammy into the glute, and you'll know that you're engaging that trail leg. That's the focus of the rushing. And there's some cues you can look at too to see if it's a good one. You hit the right takeoff posture. All right. You're not leaning forward too much. You're not too far back. Chest is just a touch forward, and you're coming up through what I call the grip, a little bit on it, moving the hand. If you do a bad rushing, you'll see that hip slip under. You'll see the pole tip drop way down. All right, instead of continuing to roll and rise. And if you're doing a good rushing, that'll help. And that is another one that can teach you, if you're struggling, to keep the trail leg back. From the rushing, we'll take it to the long pop. And the long pop is pretty much the same as the rushing at the takeoff, but now you're going to pull down a little bit, a little softer pull, and you're going to go ahead and finish the jump by right hand. We always say right hand to the right shin. All right. I like to say right hand to the inside of the right shin, so that we're right through the middle, and then we finish right here. Okay, in a tight position with the pull close to us. One of the cues that I heard, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago from my buddy Brian over there, was a good coaching cue that I think works a lot, is trying to cover your hands. All right, so if you swing through and cover the hands, you're in a pretty good position to start finishing the jump. And that's one of the best things about that long pop that I like to see. I've got a kid right now that he's from Israel, and he's a decathlete. I think Jeff knows him, Ariel. He's going to be a pretty good jumper. He's really starting to get the feel of what he's doing. But there's one thing that I don't like about it, is he'll come through and he'll swing to here, stop, and then just kind of hold the pole out here. And when we get to the next part, you'll see what that does. Not covering the hands, leaving space. Sometimes a younger vaulter that's just learning how to do that drill doesn't even get to the pole. It'll be about a 30-degree difference between his body and the pole, and you want to emphasize that you want to get to this position. One of the other cues that we talk about is stretching the core. So in stretching the core, I'm talking about from the waist to the shoulders. I want to see this action. I don't want shoulders up or anything like that. I don't want you rounded. I want you here and hitting right here. and then stretching that cord finishes that inversion in that drill. From that drill, we can take it one step further, and sometimes we do, let me back up a second. On the long pop, it takes a little time to learn, all right? And so does the straight pull. I walked into Illinois State last year. I got there in January. I had 4 days to get ready for the Malloy Coughlin Cup. I didn't know anybody's name, but it was an interesting transition. What was my point? I'm doing a long pop. Oh, sorry, Charles Cruz, my best jumper right now. He's not as good as Will. He's not as good as Cody. He's kind of looking at them up there and trying to catch it. But he's learning. And he was all over the place. He was all over the place. And so one of the things we're trying to do is try to get him through these drills to learn how to stay tight to the pole. His hands are out here, he's getting loose. Yeah, I mean, it was a mess. It was a mess. But we tried to get him to learn this long pop drill. One of the fallbacks to it is you have to use a softer pole. But he's got it in his mind that even on the softer pole that he's going to break the thing. And you heard Brian talk about 65 degrees. He's been in about 40, maybe. And his long pop got so vertical that you guys involved before know what it feels like to be up here and kind of stuck and not knowing where you're going to land, and all of a sudden you're like a paratrooper. You're going to spread out here, and you're going to try to flail for it. And so legs going there. This guy's 6'5", and he's got arms that go from here, and he's got legs at 38-inch inseam, and it is the funniest looking long pop I've ever seen in my life. It took us 3.5 weeks to get him to do one. So it's a drill you have to be patient on. I know Brian's seen it where we've had kids for weeks that just trying to get him to do it, get him to do it, get him to do it. And once they feel it, once again, that feeling, once they feel it, they get it, now they start getting better at it. And that's when you can really get to work on making sure they hit the positions you want them to hit. When they get to that, now we try to go to the thing I like to call rollies. Some people call them corkscrews. Some people call them quarter or full turns and half turns and full turns. Half turns to full vault. Full turns to past full vault, but it's a good exaggeration, which is not bad. And when you hit to this position, now what I like to teach becomes involved in a turn. Some people talk about turning the head as you shrug through. I like to just talk about a toe pinch and see if they can handle that, because it keeps everything in line if you're just here on the pole. All right? If they're going to do a rollie, I prefer to do the full, because you're not landing on your face, you're landing on your back. And what you're doing is you're rolling right around the pole and finishing the turn. So if you've done a half, you've actually done the entire ball. You've done everything you need to do, hit all the positions you need to do in the ball, but it's horizontal more than vertical. And I always said, once we learn how to do these, that if you took that pole then and raised went with a stiffer pole, move your run back a little bit, you could take it, if you were patient enough, step by step by step, and now all of a sudden you got somebody going vertical and they're doing the entire jump. A few things to look for. I've seen on, once again, everybody's talking about coaching decathletes. I have 2 kids that I'm coaching right now that never touched a pole in their life until they came to Illinois State. And it's funny. But one of the big things they'll try to do is engage their left arm too much. So they'll get to where they're going to swing and then finish inverting. They're going to give you this without this. And when they do that, you turn into a flipping helicopter. If you're doing a straight pull drill and you use too much left arm, you're going to turn into a helicopter. So you want to make sure they understand that it's all about the right arm. It's all about moving that right arm and moving it through and finishing the drill. All right, when you get that, you can get somebody that's pretty tight and works pretty good. If they can accomplish a rolling, the half that gives you the complete vault is what you're looking for. When they do a full, they tend to get a little loose after they're all the way around. And that's not a bad thing if they've hit here all the way through. That's pretty good, all right? So what we'll do is we'll start with the straight pole drill. We'll go to the Russian, and we'll do long pop. If they can do it, we'll do the rolling. And that's basically the 4 drills we do to get to that inversion part. The rest of it is something that you have to do. Now it's time to go vertical. And when you go vertical, now you're feeling that whole thing work for you. You're getting through, you're staying tight to your hands. So when you come off the pole, if you notice the videos that Coach Mitchell had up there, we're supposed to talk about the clearance today too. Clearance is real easy if you can stay in line with the pole. I look at guys that are great vaulters, and I would never attempt to coach them differently than they're being coached. But I always think of looking at some of these guys that go, if they jump straight, they went linear through the path of their vault, and they were clean on top, how much better could they be? And when you go back to Toby, way back, and the things he did, he had to do it the way he did it, but it was kind of crazy. You know, when you're doing crazy rolls on top, you got legs going all over the place. I was always a stickler for trying to make things as tight to the middle as you could do. And if you had as tight to the middle as you could make it, I always thought it'd be as efficient as you could make the jump. And so I've always been a stickler about trying to make that path through the jump as tight as, I always said about an 18-inch slot for you to get to. If you had big hips, maybe 22, I don't know. But if you have that concept and you're clean on top, every one of the videos he showed you of Sean, of Cody, I know is like that. You look at Will jumping for Coach over there. They're all right over the top, and then the clearance is easy because you're up there in a nice pike position. You come off top of the pole, and it's just a concept of being quiet on top, and then being able to avoid. I'll tell you, Tyler is great over the top of the bar, all right, because they're in line with what they need to do. They're not out here with hips dropping one way or the other, things coming loose on top, and then cheating yourself out of a good bar clearance that could have happened, if that makes sense to anybody. One of the things that we talk about is that path. If you back up all the way to what Coach talked about with the approach, all right, you can't have a really good swing if you're coming off the ground crooked. And there's some things that cause that. Every once in a while, actually more than every once in a while, a lot of times I'll go to the back and watch what my jumpers are doing from behind. And it's not because I'm making faces at them or funny or being funny or whatever. But I want to see what angles they're coming off the ground on. And years ago, I started to notice that a lot of it had to do with the plant itself. So I noticed that if a kid got caught out here with this plant, generally speaking, they're going to drift a little to the right, at least a little, sometimes a lot to the right. And the reason for that, as I looked more and more and more at what was going on from behind, a sprinter wants to run through a nice straight post, all right? It's right here, and you're running straight, everything's tall, pushing force on the ground. If you're leaning this way with the plant outside, and that last step's over here, now your post is this direction, and you're jumping this way off the ground. So if you nail the plant here, nice and square, your post is straight. Okay, does that make sense? If you look from the backside once in a while, you can kind of see that. If you're low on the left shoulder and you're in this position, a lot of people will go this way not because they are jumping crooked, but you got to know why you're jumping crooked. So if you've got a low left shoulder and a right-handed vaulter, you're going to drift a little to the left. Now your swing gets a little discombobulated because it's not linear anymore. It's not moving through this plane. All of a sudden it's moving through this plane, this way here, and you have to get back in line with it to get a clean jump over the top of the bar. If you can keep it straight, everything moves easier, more efficiently, in my opinion. So that's one of the things we work a lot on. We try to make it work. We try to keep everything in a little bit tighter. It doesn't always work that way. We were at the MVC championships last year, and Windsor Roberts set our school record at 409 and won the conference meet. But the jump before she did that, she was so low on the left side and so out of whack that she jumped straight at the left standard. And I thought she was going to take out the left standard and miss the pit and everything. She comes back over and laughing like it was funny. It was kind of funny. It was a goofy looking jump. And I asked her, what do you think you did? She said, I didn't hit it square. Left shoulder down. I said, well, if you know that, why'd you do that? So the next jump she goes over, and it's the best jump she's ever made in her life. And I'm sure Jeff didn't like it, but it was a good jump. That was the problem. So if you take a look from behind every once in a while, you'll see these little discrepancies. They kind of pop up a little bit, and then you can address the issues, okay? Another thing that I saw today that I like, because it ties into this one. Coach talked about the plant, and the one word he mentioned that was sort of when I was growing up, it was a cardinal sin in pole vaulting was roundhousing the pole. And I think you probably heard him say that. When we were young, I'm still kind of young, but when I was younger, we were taught to carry the pole over. The pole was 2 to 3 feet above your head. It wasn't this big high pole carry. I think over years, with the pole drop being emphasized, we kind of got away from trying to move the pole through a plane that was tighter to the middle of your body. And I was lucky enough back in 1973, I was alive back then, 1973, I got to go to my favorite hippie, Jan Johnson's first sky jumpers camp. It was at Bloom High School in Chicago on a dirt floor, Quonset hut field house that was really kind of cool, but it was Jan Johnson. And one of the things he taught in that camp that stuck with me my entire career, my entire coaching career, everything, was a concept of moving the pole in front of your hip before you raise the pole to press it through the plank. And that was how everybody back then was taught that. I think when we got away from it a little bit, it was when we just started worrying more about the pole drop instead of combining the pole drop with a good movement of shifting the pole forward and up. And so we do a little bit of work with that to try to get the pole moving up in front of us instead of around the back of our head. And what I found out over the years is that if you continue to roundhouse the pole a lot of times you're going to be in a little bit too tight. All right, you may have to get caught out here because you didn't finish your plant instead of getting it through the middle. It may make you drop your left shoulder, just depends on what part of your plant you hit the back of the box. Coach talked about banging the back of the box. Well, it's a little easier to bang the back of the box if you're here to hit it than if you're here to just grab it and go. And I don't know if that makes sense to you guys or not, but that's the way I like to teach it. That's just a little cue that gets you set up to have a good takeoff for the swing to work efficiently. Ariel, the decathlete I've got, we worked with this just a little bit last week where I noticed I videoed a little bit of him. If you've seen his Instagram, he's a guy that he's goofy. He's on Instagram all the time. Doesn't wear a shirt. Proud of his facility, all that kind of stuff. Great guy, works hard, got some quirks. But anyway, I noticed in his plan he's coming in here versus hands back here, and as he's coming in, his left shoulder turns totally sideways because he's coming right up here. And when he does that, I asked him, I showed it to him on a video. I said, is that how you finish a 100-meter dash? Because he's got to run 100, he's got to run the 110s and all that. And he said, well, no, I would finish in the Israeli accent. I'd finish, so why don't you finish your plant that way? Because you're not bringing it forward and through. Now, luckily, Ariel's a guy, he's coaching. He thinks he knows everything, but he's coaching. And so when I pointed that out to him, he fixed it in 1 rep. And when he did, everything was so much smoother coming through. Now, he's not quite to where he needs to be with his hands. He's kind of out here, but he's getting closer all the time, and he was hitting from a 4-step approach at 450 bungee repeatedly. over and over and over again. Once he figured that out, because now his swing was so much better. Anyway, a couple more things I want to cover before I ask you guys if you have any questions. When I went to Augustana, one of the problems that we always were trying to figure out was what to do when we got here. And how do you get better at when you get here? You're getting through and finishing your swing. Or finishing your ball. So when I went there, the first week I was there, our coach, he was a gymnast. He was actually a national caliber gymnast. He had a bad knee injury and had to give up his career. But he's a biomechanics genius. His name was John Farwell, and he was just a phenomenal vault coach. I walked in fresh from Western, where we had a trampoline, we had, that was it, trampoline. And that's all we had to work on. Coach Farwell had a whole gymnastics room that was all set up. We walked in, and there's this cable thing hanging from the ceiling. And at the end of it was about a 4-foot section of pipe, and underneath that pipe was a little steel plate that was bolted to the loop at the end of the cable. And the cable came around, and there was 2 bicycle inner tubes that were tied up in a figure 8 at the other end of that cable. And I didn't think much of it. I'm like, that's interesting. I've never seen a piece of gymnastics equipment that looked like that before. I'm thinking we're going to go in, we're going to work on some rings, we're going to do some high bar stuff and all that. That'd be pretty cool. We didn't get to do that in Western. And Coach Farwell says, I want you all over here. And so we go over this contraption, and he says, here's what we're going to do. We're going to work on the middle part of that swing, or that vault, of the turn and getting off. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, it's right there. That little gizmo is what we called it. And we were on that thing in 1979, repeatedly pulling out, finishing through, and pop. And then if that wasn't enough, when we started to get stronger, well, then it was weight vest time. But that little gizmo there that Colin's got hanging there, I think that's what that is, isn't it, Colin? Yeah. Feet go in the loops. We're down here, pulling through the middle, getting off the top, is probably the best thing I've ever been on. And I haven't been on it in many years, but I've had kids that had. When I became the head coach at Waubonsie Valley, I had the girls coach was a guy named Craig Clendenning. I don't know if anybody in Indiana has had the chance to run into him. He's a great, great guy. And Craig had a son that vaulted for me by the name of Bryce Clendenning. He was back in '91. I think he went 15.9. Was a pretty good jumper, but had a habit kind of sitting in the bucket from time to time. And I explained to him about this thing that we had at Augustana. And we had an old gymnastics room in the balcony behind the stands, and Craig went out and got me one of those, and we used that thing religiously. A few years later, we always joke about patenting the thing. Now, somebody else, I don't know where Coach Farwell got the idea. It could have been from somebody else. But years later, I'm thumbing through the Gill catalog, and there's the gizmo. And the only thing I didn't like about it, sorry, Gill guys, but it needed a longer pole. You know, the grip was a little too narrow, but anyway, it was still a good device. And I left you guys about 2 or 3 of them over there. And we've got a couple over there too. That's a good device to use to work on that middle part. It's really a tough part to work on as far as applying any additional power to it to be able to get off the top of the pole. It's a tough way to practice it. Now, we've taken vault for distance a little bit further, where you're turning, getting off the pole, or where you're just shrugging the end of the pole, staying flat and shrugging it, and just getting some distance away from the pole. But it's that's a pretty good drill. The other things you can do, obviously, a lot of you guys have probably, how many of you guys have seen swing up racks? They're all over the place. Those are things you can do to work that timing on that swing, work that long trail leg. You can work it on double trail leg or double legs, and just make it a big swing up device too. You can also work on a lot of higher bar stuff, bukas, swinging bukas. There's no limit to what you can do to elongate that swing. Trying to think of what else we've done. Anybody have any questions so far? Anything you don't understand about any of the drills? And I can imitate them again. Yeah.
You talked a lot about soft pull.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I noticed that my top poles are feels like it's always got to kind of go up the pole.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we try to get the next height.
Right. Yeah.
Use what he has to finish.
You're talking about going up to a stiffer pole or going up to a longer?
Longer pole.
One of the things, we talk about this a lot. The first thing I think you need to do is worry about stiffness, okay? Some of the stuff we're talking about is what makes it possible for kids to move a longer pole or a stiffer pole. If they're too quick to swing to the top, they're gonna box out. So what you try to do is keep trail leg back and move the right hand, apply pressure. You'll hear a lot of different things about pressure on the top hands or on the hands. Some people talk about down pressure. That always kind of confused me a little bit, because if you think about where Coach had the videos of the seat position up there, which you're going to hit. And when you hit it, if you're good, you're going to hit it. Down position to me means this, and that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to come here. You know, if you do that and keep trail leg back, you'll be able to move through stiffer poles. One of the things that always drove me crazy was kids thinking they always had to go to the next length. There's a time to go to the next length, and that's when you're capping the pole you're on, moving through the stiffness that works for you, and you're ready, you know, technically, to move to that next length. If you move to it too soon, timing gets all different. Everything gets, you may not be able to move the same pole. You're different length from, I'm glad you brought that up. I saw a picture one day. I don't know who the individual was, a young vaulter. And he said, finally got on the 15-footers today. And they had a picture of him carrying a pole and 2.5 feet hanging out the back. And I'm like, well, okay, you got on the 15-footers today, but it's probably about, I don't know, 6.0 flex, softer than the one you had. I don't know. I've always tried to get them capped out first or close to it. And then you kind of have a feeling for when somebody's ready, when they're penetrating real well, but they're doing it with positions, you know, where they're not just banging it here, locking the left arm out and getting depth on the soft pole, and then you think they're ready to go up. But if they start trying to come through, they're not moving it right.
That phrase, cap out, you're saying like using every bit of the pole. And then
yeah, so you're closer to the top. Yeah, and that's something we've always you run into that all the time, you know, where somebody thinks it's about getting to the next longest pole. Well, you know, you're not putting the pole in the box and climbing up the thing. It doesn't say Otis on it and have a button you push to make it go up. You have to make the pole move. If you make the pole move, then now it's soft. Now it's time to think about different flex. But one of the things too with that is, like Brian brought up earlier, learn how to use the flex system. I think it's the easiest way, and I got to give him a lot of credit for teaching it to me and let me, because when I was a high school coach, I was the same way. I got a kid on a 150 and he's blowing through. I think I should call Gil and get a 155. And then I got my man over there telling me, hey, there's a lot of 155s, dude. Which one do you want? And we talk it over. And then, so now I have a chart. I had it at Purdue, at Wabash. I got it now. I go through an inventory of the poles and see what I've got. And I've got a pretty good selection now. And we don't have the weight rating on it at all. In college, we don't need it. High school, if I was still coaching high school, I'd probably have the weight rating on there just to make sure that I'm within what they're going to check. But we go totally by flex. So if I have somebody that's ready to go to another pole because they're getting the penetration they need, the timing's good on the swing, everything's looking real good, I usually about a 0.5 go up to the next pole if we've got it. If not, whatever's close, you know. And then you can do other things like adjusting grip to make it work for them. A little bit up, a little bit down, things like that. So, and then it also comes in handy in meets. You know, like I said, I coached football for 30 years. When you're sitting on the sidelines, you're making calls that are supposed to help your athletes win a game. It's the same thing in track and pole vault. You're the ones they're looking to say, okay, it's time to go to this pole, time to go to that pole, time to make a step there, that step there, standards here, standards there. It helps you understand where you can go from there in competition as well. So I would definitely think about learning the flex system and all that. It makes it so much easier to get kids on poles that they need to be on. So, and knowing what you got too. And then you can do some fundraising and get what you don't have. So, and I got over there will help. Anybody else have any questions? So there's not much else as far as when you get through the turn, and like I said, I like a toe pinch. Some people, the reason I like it is that it doesn't tend to make you get as far away from your hands as something like turning your head does. When you just turn your head, you got a tendency to move your shoulders away, you get space, and now funny things happen. It may still be a good jump, all right? I just think it's a better jump if you're in line with the pole when you come off the top of the pole. Some things to look for. I've got, well, one of my best girl, Windsor, has a real habit of, she had a real habit of getting her free leg, the right leg, way out wide, I mean super wide on her swing. And so when she got back into the rock back, she gets extended, starts to turn, she's bringing this right leg all the way to here. And when she does, left hip was dropping, I don't know, about a mile, maybe 2. And that left hip was coming down just taking care of the bar. So we worked really hard. I actually told her she had to be knock-kneed when she came through the swing. Try to be knock-kneed and get your legs a little bit more inside the track. Swing a little bit tighter. She quit dropping that left hip as she turned. Got bugs in here over here. And so that actually helped her on top of the bar quite a bit. When you're in line like that, it's pretty easy to just come off the bar. And what I tell my guys is I want you to be a part of the apex of the parabola. I'm not much on math, but I know that's correct. So you're in a parabolic motion and you want to be the apex of the parabola. So you don't want to do a bunch of funky things on top. One of the best kids I've seen is Tyler. Tyler can be right here. He knows he's about an eighth of an inch from the bar, and he can get that hand out of the way faster than anybody I've ever seen. But that only happens if you're in a place where you have both kinetic awareness that you're in a good position and the ability to see what's happening. If you're all over the place, you can't do it. Going back to my guy, Charles. When I first got there, I don't know what the guy's name is, but in SpongeBob, they got this guy that's a starfish. Isn't there? What's he called? Patrick? Well, that was Charles. And what he'd do is he'd get in a pretty good position, and then he got a showboat a little bit on top of the bar, and so this is what he'd do. And when he'd do that, is this being taped? That hurt. When he'd do that, his chest would go down like 9 inches. And then he's mad he knocked the bar off. I said, well, why are you looking like that dude on SpongeBob? And he might have told me it was Patrick, I don't know. And then he'd land, and he's like, oh. Well, after about 2 meets of that, I said, that's out. We're not doing that anymore. I want you to be more like Squidward. And just stay hollow, stay quiet, and then get out of the way. And if you do that, you got a chance of making some bars and stuff like that. That's what drives me crazy about people that are all over the place on top of the bar. What happens if you're in a nice spot, nice pike position, if you can get there, and then you get away from it? Tyler does it, Will does it, Charles does it now. I got a picture of Charles at the regional qualifier in Arkansas last year, and I mean, it's a beautiful jump, beautiful clearance at the top, and it all came from what happened before. It just puts you in a position where now you can just get over it. Some of the things you can do, I've got a couple other things I wanted to mention too. Since I was a high school coach, I knew a few funky things. But anyway, there's a kid that I've got that
does everything really good. He was a decathlete. This year he's just going to run 400 hurdles as a pole vault. That's going to be interesting. But he's one of these guys where you get on. Now I did that too in the 70s, but everybody did. And now everybody's starting to figure out you're pushing your chest down in the bar, and you're knocking the bar off because you're just being goofy. All right, styling, I call it. Quit styling, be quiet on top, and get off. A couple other things to look at on the swing. I didn't notice this as much as a high school coach, but when I started coaching in college, and I had to start looking at vaulters, I started to notice that, especially, I'm not trying to be sexist, but a lot of the young women had a habit of when they tried to invert, they try to get further. They get to the point where all of a sudden they would arch their back over the bar. I don't know if you guys have noticed that or not. If you coach somebody, a young lady, that's getting in that position, that's a tough habit to break. So if you can catch them ahead of time, and one of the things that I found, because that's what my guy that does this does, he gets over and he tries to arch his back, turn, and then go like this. Crazy. But I found that using a long pop drill kind of helps with that. If you teach them when they get to this position and they core out, not to go here. I told him to look right through his left hand and his toe. And all of a sudden he figured out that he was keeping his, number one, he's keeping his body neutral. He's stretching the core. Everything's nice and tight. Landed perfect. Now the other thing this guy did is he's trying to be Sam Kendricks. Sam Kendricks, I don't know where he got his core, but it must have. Somewhere he got it. I'd like to go get it myself, because I have never seen anybody throw their head back as hard as he does and still be able to get his hips through, totally inverted, and you know how good he is. And he's got nice clearance on top. But when you watch kids that aren't in that physical category and the head goes back, what you'll see right away is the hips stop. And I never really understood that, but actually one time I was talking to Coach, and if you notice gymnasts, a lot of times when they're doing like a back layout, that's the position you try to get into to keep your legs back. All right, so if you've already started to swing through, now we're not worried about the legs getting back any longer, right? So if you start the leg swinging through and then you throw your head back, that's a cue for the rest of your body from the waist down to stay down. And you'll see people sit in the bucket because of that, because they tried to throw the head back to finish it. Now, some people can finish it, but I'd say probably 95% of people that do that don't end up flagging out because they're not getting all the way through their swing, if that makes any sense. So that's another thing. If you're high school coach and you have somebody like that, that's something I would jump on right away, because trying to get somebody that's throwing their head back to keep it neutral is also really hard habit to break. And it takes a lot of reps to get it done. It can be done. Pretty similar to doing the long pop drill. So, any other questions? Okay. I'm good, Colin. And one more time, I want to thank Colin. This is great. I hope if any of you guys have any questions, I think Colin's got email addresses.
Yeah, once you fill out the survey, it should send you an email with everybody's email address. I'll probably follow up too later. Those
So we were going to have an interactive session. Like I said, I didn't get any athletes. You know, if you guys have questions, we can field those as a small group if you want. Presenters, if they want to bail, they can do that. I can hang out and answer questions and demonstrate some stuff for anybody that wants to hang out. There's nothing really formal left because that fell through. So, anybody have any questions? Nope. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody that presented. I really appreciate it. You know, they volunteered for this too. There's outside of a little bit of travel expenses, you know, they weren't paid for this. So all of the time they spent today, you know, I'm grateful for. They did out of the, you know, goodness of their hearts, just paying back to the community. So very much appreciate that. So I would give them a good big round of applause. And that's all we got today, so feel free.
How can we divvy up slack? Can we do a trivia? I was asking Tim if he was paying attention to have questions.
Man, okay, so I'll share. This doesn't help, but I actually created Mad Libs that I was going to have at the tables, and my wife left them in her purse and then took them to the birthday party. So that would have been perfect. We don't have those, so.
We have plenty of Vault Life and Pacer stickers, or Pacer stickers, if you're into stickering up stuff.
Well, anybody that wants to buy poles from me, you can get some free swag.
This is what happens when you leave the sales guys in charge. They just grab a couple of things and walk out. It's like, so I'll try to figure out. Throw them out.
We could see if we jump higher.
No, I'm thinking like, okay, let's try for a hat. Who is the current women's school record holder at the University of Illinois? Come on, cheat. Y'all have your phones sitting there, cheat. Tori Thomas. All right, so we got a hat. He's an Illinois kid. Tori's an Illinois kid. I'm just kind of do that off the top of the second. Okay, we'll make it trickier. Who is the current school record holder for the men's program at the University of Illinois? This is old school. Come on. No. Older than Darren. He was also on a Bud Light ad. He was on the 12 packs of Bud Light back in the day. He was on a Bud Light can. Oh my gosh. I mean, I know Bud Light's taking a hit right now, but come on. He was what?
World championship medalist.
Yeah, first U.S. world championship medalist or something like that, wasn't it? Or first in a long time. He actually runs a camp out in Arizona now. Of course, that's not going to help. Dean Starkey. Now, who do you want to give the hat to? Who wants to Pacer hat for the Dean Starkey ad that Colin just gave me? He's not helping. I saw a hand, so we'll do that. Since they don't actually keep indoor and outdoor world records anymore, we'll just do it like this. Who is the current women's U.S. indoor world record holder? Women's indoor world record holder. Yeah. She broke the world record, but they don't technically keep a world record anymore. There's one world record indoor and out. Jeff, what do you got for me? Who is the current school record holder for women's pole vault at Indiana State? Yeah. I mean, he brought her up while he was talking, so I figured at least related to his talk a little bit. What size shirts we got? Have you all figured out I'm a pole vault nerd, that I know all this crap just off the top of my head?
4 larges, 2 mediums.
4 larges, 2 mediums. I want the biggest guy in here to win a medium. We'll make a medium shirt really simple. So medium. What event does Tim do?
Javelin.
You want a medium shirt? I'm guessing there's only 2 mediums. Okay, you have a night shirt. Your wife does. She always buys the extra large. So how many we got? 1, 2, 3. We got 4 shirts left. Is that right? And these are all okay. I gotta think about this one. Okay, we'll make it easy. Who's the current school record holder, the highest jump ever for Indiana University? has a particular move that is now illegal. Yep. Volzing the bar.
Who held the previous Indiana State University men's record until last year?
Well, you can't have two shirts. Who do I give a shirt to? You want to do a shirt? I'll do a. Can't figure out how to phrase this one exactly. What extremely popular country music star has a daughter who pole vaulted, who threw javelin for Oklahoma State with Joe Dial? Garth Brooks, in case you didn't know. How do I know that? Because Joe told Garth to call me to order a pole. I was at lunch. I come back from lunch to a voicemail. Brian, hey Brian, this is Garth Brooks. Joe told me to call you. I saved this voicemail for I don't know how long. It also had his wife, Trisha Yearwood's Amex Black Card number on the voicemail. I used to have to mute that when I'd play it. Yeah, he just. I mean, the good news was he didn't clarify enough what pole he needed, so I had to call him back. So I got to talk to Garth Brooks.
I got one for you.
Okay.
In the Indiana Track and Field and Cross Country Hall of Fame Museum in Terre Haute, Indiana, so I assume Jeff's probably been there to see it. And I know Greg has because his dad's on the wall, but there are 3 pictures of famous Hoosiers, although most people probably didn't even know, except maybe with one exception, these are actual Hoosiers. They were pole vaulters, and if anybody can name one of those 3 pole vaulters who are TV and or movie actors, sorry, no actresses yet, there would be a question for you. Any ideas, anybody from Indiana? One worked with Mary Tyler Moore, hint. One,
Man, you are
a lot in the movie.
I'm old, and I think I know the answer to this, but you're dropping Mary Tyler Moore on this group?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Let's see. One liked to yell a lot and work with a chimpanzee, and one, and not Ronald Reagan, and one drove a lot of fast cars, in particular a Mustang, in a movie with a single name to it. Good job, Steve McQueen.
So you already have a shirt. So we got to come up with a new one.
I'll give you a good piece of trivia.
Okay.
What pole vaulter has the most Olympic medals? What pole vaulter earned the most Olympic medals? All time. I'll give you a hint. He had 2 golds, and I think the other was silver. No? Give me another hint. Now that's really.
I have a guess that
cover of Wheaties.
Bob Bridges.
Bob Bridges.
See, we're doing all these old ones, and these guys are getting them all. I'm trying to come up with, history. We're giving a history lesson now instead of having a raffle. He's going home with we're going to owe him a gift card to Gil by the time we get done because I can't give him more shirts. Okay, something more recent. John Cougar Mellencamp pole vaulted in high school, but that would be kind of old now too. Dang it, I can't come up with another good one that the younger kids might get. See, I always find it fascinating because I was always, even when I was younger, I was always really into a lot of information about pole vault. I would find articles. I would go get the old track and field news magazines. I have every single one until they quit actually publishing them. I thought the paper one was really cool. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying to come up with stuff that was brought up in the lecture to see how well you were paying attention to. Who did Gill Athletics purchase Pacer vaulting poles from? Or actually where, because it's not who, because we bought Pacer. We bought Pacer from Pacer. Hey, look, I finally got an answer from somebody other than this. Got to come up with one more. I got one more shirt.
What are the two polls Dylan Elon are next? Two?
Famous, Go Capitals jumped off the wrong foot.
That one could actually, the other information could go wrong. Dang it, just recent or something that okay, I'll make it real easy. With flex numbers, the higher the number, what? We'll go Coach Purdue because I bet he hasn't looked at the score of the game yet. We were over peeking at it. Yeah, they haven't scored yet, and Ohio State's like having fun.
It's about participation in this generation.
Again, we really appreciate you all coming. It was a lot of fun. I'd be anxious to do this again. Hopefully you guys got lots of good information. I actually wrote an article a couple of years ago for one of our dealers up in Canada. He wanted me to write something about pole vaulting poles, and I rethought how I looked at everything, and I wrote an article called Coaching the Pole and the Pole Vault. Because everything that coaches always talk about is the athlete. But there's a huge timing component that plays into being able to coach all the movements with the athletes. And all of it relates to grip height and pole stiffness. So I think I could have written the article better if I were to rewrite it right now. I could do a better job because I've focused on it. But I have this article that I'd be happy to send you. Once you fill that out, you have all of our email addresses. Just shoot me a quick note, and I'll send you that article. It's kind of a
I'm not trying to
really
handicap
different
the email addresses, but at the same time, that survey is going to help me a lot in trying to.
It's also a very different perspective than what you get at most clinics because it's very focused on how the pole works in what you're trying to accomplish.
I'm actually tailgating the game and visiting my daughter. Really good.
Then it just becomes an echo chamber. Thank you. But yeah, I ain't getting him during track season. But that lag,
know where we go.
Now you can see my. Should be fine. That's all I found.
I remember Mark Bruce, he always fascinated me because he was a guy that it was just to get one more goal in the whole lab.
I did that. It was great, easier.
Oh, yeah, he was the first one. But it was always fascinating to me. Like, you were awesome. They gotta have those goals or it's also have a favorite fit for that.
That's exactly, that's like something that's like,
The other chicks opposite every time. Not a lot of options out there.
Indoors, there is kind of.
When I was still, I couldn't fly.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's
Oh, no, I had when I was in Boston.
I love it when
This one was our
all right. Well,
I'll take your home now. No, the kickoff's at 3:30, so they're getting ready to kick off very soon. Michigan. Yeah. Oh yeah, trust me, he's got a contract for like, it doesn't mean anything. Well, but it's in the they have the worst win-loss record in Big Ten history. They're worse than Illinois.
like a lot of people in track.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I mean, that's funny because that's probably meant.
Brian, see you later. Say hey to Lori.
Chili cheese dog.
What, right now?
Oh,
number two, no,
I'm happy.
I will run to right now.
Or before then.
I'll either do that or I'll come back, well, I can't come back with starting at 11. That's not why.
I'm out of town Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Next week. Only Monday or Tuesday. Alright. And Tuesdays, there's no actually.
I was gonna say, Tuesday night, Monday's the 11th.
He's still there.
Hey, thanks, Tom. That was good. I'm gonna give you more props too.
All good, we ended.
Thanks again, Colin.
Yeah, thank you guys, have a great safe trip back.
Oh, I gotta find my key. I'm ready to walk out of there. I never figured out how to do it.
I think you're welcome.
This is my tablet that I thought I was gonna need and I didn't. Yeah. I started double thinking about everything I said on the whole life.
The good thing on yours.
I'm sure I can see it. I was sitting down the microphone.
I was really hoping it worked, but and then I think Dennis is the microphone now.
Which is hilarious because I see that now.
Yeah, sounds good. That's, I mean, yeah, my class is 5 minutes away. Yeah, that sounds good.
It was really, really silent. You know, it's all the way in.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. Good job.
Thank you.
Call anybody to meet. They'll pull off like that.
If you want, I got time, I'm sure you can full thing.
Yeah, sure. That'd be great.
See ya.
Colin, I don't, my phone doesn't do QR codes, I don't know why, doesn't matter. So if you wanna send me a link or something, or go on your website.
I don't know what the link is, I'll send it to you.
Okay, I'll be glad to fill it out at some point.
Yeah, I'll email it to you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, sorry, it's just, it's just something with my phone, they said it never fixes it, it's never worked. And I'm too cheap to go buy a new one.
I don't blame you. Is it too cheap or are they too expensive?
Both.